Et 1, 2, A. Et je comprends pas, ça marche plus, l'histoire de Zoom marche plus, ils ont bidouillé des trucs, ça marche plus. Là. Alors après, sur la carte son, c'est bon, normalement, on est bon. 1, 2. Ça modulait tout à l'heure. Ça, c'est l'entrée. Et. A. Et. A. Et. Non, c'est le logiciel là qui nous bug. Ouais. Et. 1, 2, A. Et. Et. J'ai rallumé le micro pour que ça explique. Normalement, il devrait entendre. Tout part en salle maintenant. Hein.
Non, mais dans le micro.
Oui. Oui, ça module en sortie, il n'y a pas de problème. Et ça module en entrée sur la carte A. Et ça module pas assez fort. Ah, voilà. Et. Rien. Si, enfin, si, c'est eux qui ont connecté des choses dessus. Test. Oui, ça module. Et. A. Et.
Parle.
Bonjour, excusez-moi, je fais un test de sonorisation. Si les gens sur le Zoom entendent, je ne sais pas. Est-ce qu'ils entendent? C'est bon?
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
commissaires européens,
representatives of European Commissioners, Director General of Health, Director General of Research and Innovation,
Madame la Directrice Générale
Director General of Healthcare,
Monsieur le Directeur Général,
Director General of Labor,
Madame la Directrice
Director General of IRRC, dear Leader Pass,
Madame la députée européenne,
Mrs.
chère Véronique Trier-Lenoir,
MEP, dear Véronique Trier-Lenoir,
président de la Ligue contre le
Mr.
cancer, chère
Chair of Ligue contre le cancer, Daniel Lisry,
Madame la directrice générale adjointe de la
Director
DG
General
Commission
of
européenne,
the European Commission,
Johanna Drack.
DGRI, Johanna Drack,
Monsieur le directeur général
Mr.
adjoint
Director
de la santé et de la
General
sécurité
of
alimentaire de la
Health
Commission européenne,
and Safety of
Cher
Food
John
Chain of the European Commission, dear John Ryan,
Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants
ladies
des
and
membres
gentlemen
du trio,
representing the
France,
trio France,
Suède et
Sweden
République tchèque.
and Czech Republic,
chers collègues,
dear colleagues,
chers amis,
dear friends,
je suis très heureux de vous
I
souhaiter
am
la
very
bienvenue
pleased to welcome
à cette
you
première
to this
édition des
first
rencontres européennes
edition of the European
organisée
Cancer
par l'Institut
Meetings
national du cancer
organized by the French
dans le
National
cadre de la
Cancer
présidence
Institute
française
within the
du
framework
Conseil de
of the
l'Union
French
européenne.
presidency of the Council of the European Union.
Je voudrais réellement remercier de
I
leur
would like to
présence
thank for their presence
président de
the
l'INSERM,
president of
président de
INSERM,
la Ligue contre
the
le
president
cancer,
of the French Cancer League,
président de la
the
Fondation
president of the
Monsieur Thierry
ARC
Baudet,
Foundation,
président du
and Mr. Thierry Baudet,
qui nous accueille
president of the
aujourd'hui dans ce
ESEC,
lieu chargé
for
d'histoire
welcoming
et de
us
science,
today in this place full of history and meaning.
qui est une merveille
It's
architecturale,
a
comme vous savez.
beautiful architectural
Merci à vous
building.
tous.
Thank you to all of you, patients, caregivers, associations, representative of hospital federations,
Professionnels de santé,
health professionals,
scientifiques
scientists and researchers, public and private players in the health sector, institutional partners, members of the French and European cancer community.
Merci de votre
Thank you for your
participation
participation in these 2 days of meetings.
Mes remerciements chaleureux
My warm
aussi à
thanks
celles et
also
ceux
go to
nombreux
all
qui nous
those,
suivent en
and
direct.
they are numerous, who
Internet.
follow us live on the internet.
Merci enfin,
Lastly,
ne devrais-je pas dire surtout,
and most of
150
all,
experts
I would like to
européens
thank
qui se
the
sont
150
mobilisés depuis
European
plusieurs mois
experts who have been
aux côtés de
working with the
l'Institut
INCA
pour préparer ces
for
rencontres.
several months to prepare this
Nous
conference.
sommes très heureux de vous accueillir.
We are very pleased to welcome you for these 2 days, which we all hope will mark a turning point in the fight against cancers in France and in Europe.
Il y a un an,
A year ago,
le président de la République Emmanuel
French
Macron
President Emmanuel Macron announced the launch of the 10-year cancer strategy.
et presque simultanément,
And almost simultaneously, the European Commission presented Europe's Beating Cancer Plan,
aussi
almost simultaneously with the EU Cancer Mission, to which our dear Walter Riccardi and Christine Chaumian have so much contributed. These ambitious plans share common objectives and come together on many measures designed to combat a disease that affects nearly 2.7 million people in Europe every year. The French presidency of the Council of the European Union was a great opportunity that we wanted to seize to accelerate synergies and strengthen cooperation. Since its creation, the INCA has always been driven by an integrated vision of all the fields and of all the players, both French and European, in the field of cancer. We are convinced of the added value of working as a community within the European Union for the benefit of all patients and of the 450 million women and men living on our continent. These 2 days of meeting will be based on 5 pillars. To open these meetings, we will have the honor of hearing Professor Frédérique VIDAL, Minister for Higher Education, Research and Innovation, whom I would like to thank for her support. From 11 a.m. onwards, leading European players will take turns to present the initiatives they are carrying out in the form of 7 thematic masterclasses. This will be an opportunity for you, the participants, to discuss with them live. On Friday morning, the Minister for Solidarity and Health, Mr. Olivier Véran, the European Commissioner for Health, Mrs. Stelia Kyriakides, and Mrs. Véronique Trier-Lenoir, member of the European Parliament, will take the floor here to present their vision of the major challenges and priorities. This high point will be the occasion for a joint declaration which will reaffirm the political will to amplify and accelerate actions and cooperation to beat cancer in Europe. Thierry Breton, Director General of INCA, will then present the collaborative work carried out by more than 150 European experts and stakeholders on 5 key topics in the fight against cancer. These collaborations have resulted in more than 30 proposals, the main ones of which will be presented to us on this occasion. Finally, in the afternoon, you will be able to attend 2 roundtables. The first will deal with the levers and obstacles in the fight against cancer at European level, and the second will be an opportunity to talk about the cancer mission, a new ambition for research in Europe. I would like to thank you once again for being with us to participate in these first European cancer meetings organized by the French National Cancer Institute, the INCA, and I would now like to hand over to Régis Declosé, who will be moderating these 2 days. Thank you very much, Professor IFRAH. Thank you to each and every one of you to be present. Before the first major sequence of this day, the master classes, we have a video message from Frédérique VIDAL, whom we will listen to complement this introduction, and then we will start with our first sequence of the morning. The fight against cancer is a scientific fight and a European fight. It's a scientific battle because all the victories we can achieve on the prevention, screening, treatment, or quality of life fronts are first and foremost achieved in the field of research. These victories occur where the mechanisms of cell division, risk factors, or patients' needs can be clarified, deciphered, and analyzed. This is a European fight because a Europe that protects must be able to offer to its citizens the best possible defense against one of our oldest public health enemies. Because cancer research needs to rely on networks, cooperation and shared data to achieve the critical mass that will make it fully effective. A year ago, the European Health Council made the fight against cancer a priority. It adopted an unprecedented plan with a budget of €4 billion, one of the 5 missions to it under the Horizon Europe Framework Programme. At the same time, France presented its 10-year cancer strategy with the objective of reducing the number of patients with preventable cancers by 60,000 per year by 2040. This coincidence of times and ambitions is not an accident. France was used as an example in the development of the European plan and has invested a great deal in its preparation. In close collaboration with patients' organizations, its experts and MEPs oncologists traveled around Europe during 1 year to publicize its various programs and instruments in the 27 member states. The European plan and the French strategy are therefore in perfect harmony. Both have an integrated vision of cancer care and place science and innovation at their heart. France is devoting €634 million to over 5 years to research, mobilizing all of INCA's global expertise. In 1 year, INCA has already launched 4 prevention research programs. 2 programs have been launched on limiting after effects and quality of life, one on the fight against cancers with a poor prognosis, and another specifically dedicated to pediatric cancers. In parallel with this thematic approach, this unprecedented budget has enabled INCA to strengthen its base of fundamental research, translational and clinical research. This research is carried out with the permanent concern of supporting the continuum from the lab to the patient's bed, while maintaining a selection based on scientific excellence. These scientific priorities are largely reflected in the European plan. The 10 major axes that structure it are already fully invested by France. I will cite 3 examples. Firstly, pediatric cancers, which since 2019 have benefited from a task force at INCA made up of researchers and patients' associations. Its action benefit from a dedicated budget of €5 million, which will have decided to increase to €25 million by 2022. Secondly, the modernization of research activities, which INCA has anticipated by creating the industry and the health data hub, the artificial intelligence and cancer sector. This sector will make it possible to use data from patient treatment to improve care refine diagnosis, and limit the after effects. Finally, access for patients to very high-quality treatments and diagnosis. This ambition is based on a better understanding of cancer. To achieve this objective, France has taken the lead in the UNCAN Understanding Cancer project, which was submitted at the end of the 2021 at the European level and coordinates more than 20 countries. The French presidency of the Council of the European Union should be an opportunity to strengthen these national and European synergies for the benefit of European populations, and the European Cancer meetings of INCA are undoubtedly one of the highlights. I therefore wish you fruitful exchanges and wonderful discoveries. Europe needs your commitment, your excellence, and your sense of cooperation to achieve the ambitious goal it has set itself, to save 3 million lives by 2030. So you heard it from the mouth of Mrs. Minister, also in the speech by Norbert EFRAH. These meetings are placed under a European banner, which is the French presidency of the EU, but also, as we'll see during these 2 days, the challenges that call more and more for synergy and common responses. These are the challenges of precision medicine with multicentric trials, the challenges of prevention with stakeholders that are more and more numerous and diverse, also the challenges of life with and after cancer that call for more support and more coordination. The community dimension on these aspects will be highlighted during these 2 days, and it's a necessary lever, an unmissable lever. The implementation of this European unprecedented plan and the creation of this cancer mission focusing on innovative research axis are a great opportunity both to identify the topics around which this cooperation can be done, but also to find the right synergies with the initiatives and national plans. We'll see that during these 2 days. Norbert EFRAH highlighted the schedule and the agenda in 2 words. We'll have today a first sequence of master classes with stakeholders. You'll see on the stage researchers, doctors, representatives of associations, political people who will be present to speak about one strong topic on which it is urgent and necessary to act together. And I insist on the fact that these master classes, both for our connected audience and you in this room, are places for presentations, but also for discussion. So in each masterclass, we'll have the possibility to have your question, comments, and testimonials, and to have a real discussion. So don't hesitate during these presentations to be present and make comments or ask questions to the various representatives and speakers. Tomorrow, we'll have the presentation of the thematic experiences to talk about innovation at European level. And these 2 roundtables to conclude will enable to see with the people at the Commission and the members of the trio will support the action, those who will build the necessary actions in the next 18 months, what fields of actions are possible and what prospects we have. All these sequences today and tomorrow will be done with you, connected audience and audience present here in the room. We thank you again for your presence. Don't hesitate to comment and interact during these 2 days, because you will nurture everything here. We'll immediately start, but before I would like to apologize the members of the workshops that are held in parallel, because there are workshops held in parallel. So if some people have to join these workshops that will be taking place at 11, you can leave now now and come back afterwards, because the last sessions of the workshops are being held in parallel. So don't hesitate to leave this room before we start our first masterclass of the day. We will start our masterclass sessions with a first topic on which European cooperation is essential. It's treatment innovation. Treatments in cancer are always more numerous and innovative, but not always accessible for patients in the various countries of the Union. How can we think this treatment innovation differently to make it more effective and more accessible and affordable? It's the key word of EORTC, the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer. It has just celebrated its 60 years of existence. It has the best researchers in the field of cancer treatment in Europe, and they have clinical trials to optimize the existing treatments. In 2020, it's important to say, it's 45 clinical trials that have been supported by this organization, 60% of which regard the optimization of existing treatments. How can we generalize this optimization of treatment? How can we support it with independent research? We're going to talk about that with our first guest, the Director General of EORTC, Denis LACOMBE, is with us.
Bonjour, Denis LACOMBE. We're going to make this session in English. So some session will be in English, some will be in French. You have your translation disposal with you, so you can just switch with the language if needed. I would like to start this masterclass with the first really quite simple question, actually. Oncology is a field where there are a lot of treatment coming, a lot of innovation. It's booming, it's boosting all over. New approaches, new therapy. Why is there such a necessity goal for you to optimize the existing treatment, as there are so many new ones coming?
Well, thank you. First, really a pleasure to be here this morning with you. So, yeah, it's of course the challenge statement of the topic. Sorry, I think I have to go back one. I'm not sure how to go back.
Can we go back to the previous slide?
So
yes.
it's there. Voilà. So no, I think what is important to state is that when technologies, when drugs are here, and of course we must give rapid access to innovation, there are a number of questions which remain and which are not necessarily, of course, in the remit of the commercial sector. First of all, it's about drugs, but it's also about other technologies, radiation oncology, surgery, and this is all what we have to understand to bring optimally all this therapeutic strategy to patients. And I think there are a number of questions which actually are de-escalation studies, and we will show some examples about combinations, about optimal dose, about optimal scheduling, but also specific population like rare cancers, like elderly patients. So all these feed an important agenda of clinical research, which is typically carried by the independent sector. And I believe that these data sets are very important, hopefully for patients, because also what we aim to do in this agenda is to have what we call clinically relevant endpoints that are extremely important for the doctors, but hopefully for the patients. And I think also that these data sets, which actually should be readily available to the community, to the patient, but also to the healthcare system, actually to give this optimal access. And I think this must come in complement to what, of course, the commercial sector is doing, bringing innovation. But then how do we recognize, how do we confirm innovation, and how do we give access to it?
Yeah, and you have in your organization scientific committees, different ones, more than a dozen actually, and they try to view what optimization could be done on these treatments. Can you give us an example?
Yes, so I've selected, of course, a very arbitrarily an example, and the idea is not, of course, to get into the details, and we have many of these examples, but here you will see an example that is currently in discussion at the EORTC, and I will show later on examples which are not EORTC, because the importance is to maintain independent clinical research in Europe, but here typically a question about immuno-oncology, and how can we identify the optimal patient population who should not receive, where we should actually potentially decrease the treatment, then toxicity, potentially having an impact on public health. And of course, what is important for us as an organization, as a patient-centric organization, historically, you said for 60 years, patient is the center. Of course, that's what we are doing. It's typically an agenda of investigator-initiated trial. But I think we have to go a step further in the current environment. We will come back to that, is that if we can optimize treatment, it may have an impact on public health and on healthcare system. And what we have tried to do, and of course it needs, of course, full research on health economics, is what could be what we can not spend, or where we can actually save, not only first save toxicity for patients, but of course, can we save substantial monies that could be reinvested, actually maybe to finance an independent agenda at the level of at the European level.
Can you just detail us a little bit this example, actually?
Yeah, so well, it's typically a question where we are looking at early breast cancer, triple-negative breast cancer, and around surgery. I selected this example because again it's multidisciplinary. It's around surgery, where actually we would be trying to understand actually how we can spare the fact to give immuno-oncology and having a shorter duration. With potentially, of course, it's a rough analysis. If you look at the cost of this treatment, what could be the savings, of course.
It's less toxicity, it's savings also, and we see that it's an economic also agenda and goal issue ongoing. This is going for treatments. Is it also going for disposals, actually, and do you have examples for that?
Yeah. So for this, I would like to take something that has been published actually last year, which I found very interesting. It's really the fact that in that case, well, the community switched to, I would say, minimally invasive surgery as open to open surgery for cervix cancer, so using new technology, robot laparoscopy, and actually a little bit spontaneously, because it's new technology, we all believe it's better, until somebody, and we have seen these cases of what I call medical reversal, where we believe something but we have to reverse, where one day somebody, maybe a little bit more daring than the others, says, I'm going to do a clinical trial, and I'm going really to compare that. And when you realize that actually what you've been doing did not good to patients, on the contrary, you have to go back. And actually, it's a beautiful series of publication. And last year, there was this publication that looked 2 years after the communication of the clinical trial, how it impacted on the healthcare system and how actually basically the community switched back. And you see, it takes time to switch back. So we have to be extremely cautious of what we are doing, what we are claiming. Again, innovation, yes, but let's make sure that we have an appropriate agenda so that we can actually confirm what we are doing.
Are there some examples that might also concern other fields like radiology?
Yes, well, for instance, we are asking, I guess we should be asking as a community the same type of question about proton therapy, for instance. Of course, it's completely different. The challenges are completely different than for medicines, because you have the facility, they are built, they cost expensive, so we are already in the real life, if I can say so, and then you have to demonstrate that it works. And of course, there are other challenges linked to that, because when the facilities are there, of course, you need to exploit them. But I think we should have the intellectual honesty as a community to deliver this data set that are very important for the patients and for the community.
The big thing is like really crossing the evolution of the theoretical strategies and treatment innovation so that it can really match at the best,
Exactly.
actually. The main point about this is improving the clinical trials. This is where it all goes, actually, clinical studies mostly. What type of data are missing? What type of data have to be added in these clinical studies?
Yeah. Well, I believe, and I guess many like me believe, that the future is combinatorial. So, as you can see, it doesn't belong to an organization or to a company or to a specific drug. I think we have a lot of technologies, a lot of solutions around us, and I think, again, where we can help the patient most is early stage disease, where we can apply radiation oncology, where we can apply surgery, where we can apply a number of new technologies. And I think this is where we can help best at this point in time. So I think what we have to do is to develop the means, especially at the European level, how we are going to address this very efficiently, and that's where I believe Europe is uniquely placed to try to make this happen. Of course, the other challenges is that we are facing completely new data sets and multi-dimensional data set, especially if you go into the multidisciplinarity. And actually, these are complex trials, I would say. They are much more complex research agenda than, if I can say so, just addressing a single technology. So the question indeed is, how do we make this happen? How do we actually authorize all this technology in combination? And actually how we are going to give access, because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for that. Again, the economic dimension, as I tried to demonstrate on the previous example, I believe is very important, and we have to dig a little bit further, of course, in that.
There surely is an economical issue on that, and we might come back to it afterwards. Yet there is another big issue, is that if we have more clinical studies, if we have more clinical data, it means that we have more time to do these studies, to collect these data. It makes the whole process longer, more complex actually. And we're in a kind of a rush, or at least a run, to get early access to the new medicine coming, to the new screening disposal coming. People want them as soon as possible. It's a gain of chance issue. It's very important. If we have to have so many more data, so many more studies, isn't it going to be like really stopping or really be a problem to early access to all these new innovations?
No, I think the challenges are important indeed. Again, the question is not to delay access to innovation. Of course, we must give access, but we have to recognize that I believe in this relatively challenging continuum from drug development, so from clinical science, from going into regulatory science to recognize and approve. I think there is a big gap, a pragmatic gap about all these questions. We have many challenges around us, but we have also many solutions. We are in the era of data science. We see artificial intelligence coming. We have new mechanisms to do clinical research, clinical trials, new form of clinical trials. And I think we have to put all this into context and see actually how we can take this up. But it's a gap that is there and that we cannot ignore, and where we are all challenging with. And to some extent, but I'm not an expert, I believe that if we can make optimal access to all patients in Europe, potentially it's one of the routes to address inequalities, because these treatments often are expensive, and if we can use them actually in a better way, sometimes de-escalation, maybe there are possibilities for greater access.
But yet, we have to have early access, even though the study is not completed, but then having a kind of an optimization agenda within.
Yeah. Well, the studies would be completed for what they are meant for, means recognizing that a new technology works, but then the next question is how do you integrate this new technology optimally, again, in I would say, multidisciplinary scientific and clinical agenda.
You had, and this is mainly the starting point of this masterclass, 2 years ago published a manifesto, a text which is an alert and also a claim to have more studies and more independent studies on this optimization treatment issues, and that there is a problem for you, for a structure like you, 60 years old yet, but still it's difficult for you nowadays to run these studies, to get access to the medicines, and you really had this political statement of we need to change the game on that. Why is it necessary to change the game, and why is it getting difficult for you to run as much research on optimization as needed and as needed on the market?
Yes. So I think I would like to show another example, which actually I could not resist because we are in France today, and this is an example of a trial that is going to be run in France. So I thank Benjamin Bess for giving me the opportunity to use this example also, where basically here we are in the early stage of non-small cell lung cancer, and basically this trial is going also, as you can see, to address a de-escalation question. So how can we give less to patients with, of course, again, toxicity, quality of life, and potentially a lot of saving. I think today, in current environment, and I come from days where at the EORTC 20 years ago, we used to activate extremely rapidly this type of trials based on all chemotherapy. I can remember cisplatin post-op in the head and neck cancer, which was a game changer, actually. And today, the difficulty to do these trials at the European level. And I think, if I can try to have the next one to illustrate. Sorry, so here you have the data. Well, so I think to get really into your question, how do we make that happen in Europe? And we have reached a point where I believe we have to re-engineer what we are doing. We are still using a classical approach of drug development into healthcare system. I think we should have a better balance with what can be done, of course, supported by the commercial sector, which is, of course, a very important player in the field. What is, of course, supported by EU, in the countries. But I think there is a big agenda, of course, of what NGOs like EORTC and others are doing in this field. And I think we should find solution how we can restructure all that, and hopefully to have the capacity to have these trials rapidly done at the European level, not necessarily limited to a single country, having a data set that is potentially changing practice, and that everybody would have access rapidly in Europe to the data set, to take their decisions, of course, principle of subsidiarity, but at least the data set is there for everyone.
So need to have this, I would say, protected and dynamic frame for independent research on this treatment optimization. One question is, we're going to speak the whole day today and tomorrow about this really tremendous time with the European plan, with the cancer mission oncoming. There's also new regulation on pharmaceutical that is coming also in Europe. How this question is inside all these different actions? Is it addressed by the plan, by the mission, by the regulation, or not sufficiently for you? And just can you just put the mic more close to the yes? Okay. Thanks.
No, I think again we are very lucky. We have unique opportunities today in cancer, and I think all the actors that have been I would say instrumental in putting all these European agenda together should be congratulated. Nevertheless, I think that the concept of treatment optimization and what we could be doing is not completely addressed, maybe because, and actually in the post-marketing area, we are no longer addressing a European competence, but we are in the healthcare systems, so of course we are in the countries. And the difficulty for us to actually to find our way has been to indeed address an agenda that is not necessarily completely a European agenda. And that's where we fall with some difficulty. I think there are also hope with, for instance, the UNETA, the European network of HTA bodies. I think this gives also opportunities to see how we can address that with the countries and these new mechanisms.
What would you like actually? Would you like fundings? Would you like? You told me when we prepared that a nice way of saying we need a place to meet, which is simple but means a lot. What would you like? What could it be actually?
Yeah. So yes, first we need a place before money, and of course we need money to do such an agenda. But I think we need to first think about the process. And again, I alluded to it a little bit earlier. I think we have to re-engineer. And I think what we need is a place where in the vicinity of marketing authorization, we could identify, and usually we know them, what are the 3, 4, 5 questions that are really needed for access, so that actually this agenda, this independent agenda, I insist on this independent agenda, could be happening to inform the patients, the doctor, and the healthcare system, and that's what we are missing. And actually, we have had, of course, a lot of discussion with many of the stakeholders, and I am pleased today because it was announced by Emer Cook, the executive director of the EMA, last year in November at the European Cancer Organization Policy Summit, that we have a partnership with the EMA. So the EMA has created now the Cancer Medicine Forum. It's going to be launched this year.
And we see on the slide.
Sorry?
The one we see on the slide.
The one that we see on the slide, indeed. And really we have convinced, I hope, and the regulator that, of course, all giving access is very important, but what is next? And again, where do we address? Where is the place to meet? And here we are being given a place for academics to liaise with the regulator, to address these questions, but first to address what could be the mechanisms to position this question and see from there how we can progress. So it's really, I believe, a first step on how the work done by independent organizations and their data sets can actually inform and be structured, and that would be my wish, that the data sets that are produced are being actually structured into this process and serve society.
2 last questions before we get the questions from the audience, and if you are connected also you can have your questions and comments, and I will also of course speak them to Denis. One is that you want a structure that gather the actors to find a new organizations. It means you're going to have researchers, you're going to have academics, and you're going to have the industry also on the SHIM. How the consensus might happen, and particularly in specificity with the industry, actually, because your big idea means more money and more regulation for them, so that they might be a bit reluctant to it, I guess.
Well, the regulations apply to everyone. They apply to the EORTC when we do our clinical trials in the same way they apply to industry. So there is hopefully no difference, no two-tier the research in Europe. And I believe, well, industry, like the other stakeholders, including organizations like us, we have to leave our comfort zone. We have to do things differently. And here, a little bit what I've tried to address is that, coming back a little bit to this gap between Europe and the countries, Something that could be extremely important would be how do we address actually between countries this agenda? How are we going to make it happen? Where is the place to discuss? Where can we coordinate, for instance, cancer plans around this type of question, so that actually these programs, again, if they are endorsed, if they are approved, they can be efficiently done, so that indeed the trials that I've tried to show you this morning could be rapidly activated. I want to believe that these trials are very important. They are designed by the investigators in the field. These represent questions that they have, and they need this information. So we have to rethink, putting really, and it was said in the introduction, science at the center. And of course, how do we bring this science to the patients in an optimal manner?
The last question is about maybe I would say connected subject from what you said, but important because more and more of these studies are done. We're going to see it today with real life data, of course, and the collection, the use of all these data raise a lot of questions also in the clinical studies. Is it an issue that you can address through such a place to meet, through such an independent research, yeah. And what could be done about it?
Yeah. So I think, again, real-world data is, of course, is part of the new opportunities that we have to put into our think tank. I would like still to give a word of caution, because again, we are an organization, we enter 3,000 patients from 40 countries on a yearly basis, so we have access to a lot of data, so real-world data needs to be approached extremely cautiously. We certainly need to have, to develop research on research, if I can say so, research on research methodology, so that...
What do you call research on research?
Means understanding, well, it's like everything, if you need to develop new approaches, you have to validate them. And that's what I call research on research solution. That's very important. The first thing. Second thing, there is real-world data and there is real-world data. If you collect real-world data in an observatory manner, an observational manner, just because you want to see if in the real life there is more toxicity or less, it's completely different than if you want to take a decision for treatment where you need to assess causality between the treatment and actually the outcome of the patient. And the challenge in using real-world data is therefore completely different. I think that's important. Having said that, indeed, big opportunities, and I think that some of the trials I've been showing you could be done in the real life, because they are standard treatment. We are just asking an optimization question. They could be extremely simple. And randomizing patients in real life based on standard treatment would be bringing robustness to this real-world data. And I think it's feasible. You know, we are all randomized every day by Google and so on for a number of questions, and we don't even know. So randomizing in real life, bringing robustness to the healthcare system and to the patient, I believe, is something we should investigate.
Questions to Denis LACOMBE and his ambitious masterclass issue. Do we have some questions in the audience here? I have some questions from the connected audience. If you have, you just raise your head, and the mic is going to come to you. Maybe before, just I take one question. You do not include public health in your scheme. Don't you think that population-based and contextualized approach should be better registered in the fight against cancer?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I think if it's about public health, I mentioned that actually this research are public health research questions. These are really the type of questions we need to answer. And usually I refer to treatment optimization, applied clinical research, or public health research. It's really, I believe, at the core of public health and application in real life, I believe. Maybe there are experts in epidemiology in real life, which I am not, that can also contribute.
Are there some questions in the audience, or comments can be also, of course, and don't hesitate. This masterclass are for you, and also don't hesitate to comment. Yes.
Yes, there is one question.
If you can just present yourself before. Yeah, thanks. We don't hear you, but I think it's going to become...
I have to push something, no?
Yeah, it works.
Now you hear me. So, thank you, Denis. Very nice presentation. Pierre Demolis from the French Medicines Agency and a member of the European Network. I believe that you pointed something which is very important. What is the best use we can have for a drug once it is on the market? And here, we are tempted to use the real-world data. Yes, this is an evolving field. My fear is that what do we lack? Much of these real-world data settings are organized by the industry. And this is a good thing because we can learn much from this data. The problem is that some questions are not questions that please the industry. You gave us a very good example. We should not apply a treatment to every patient, despite this treatment getting a marketing authorization for a large indication. And there, the question is a question which is directed to a loss of profit. And the interest is for the patients and for the countries and for the system. So I believe it's very important that the public force gives money, work staff, anything, to people that would address the questions that are not necessarily the questions coming from industry. And this will be something that will profit the money for the states and for the system, but the patients as well, because it could be a good solution not to expose patients to useless treatments. So I really welcome the dialogue you organized with DMA, and there is something we could do with the HTAs, the payers at the level of the European states. And I believe that initiative is very important, and thanks a lot for your talk.
If I can, thank you for your comment, and I just would like to give an additional information that, well, personally, I've been in the field of cancer clinical research for 30 years, and what indeed I see over the decades is that in Europe, there is a greater imbalance between commercial research and non-commercial research. And I think this is something we have to address. It's much more difficult, and the gap is actually increasing, and that's what we want to alert. It's not necessarily the case in North America, where they have other mechanisms. And I think again, these trials that come from the field, from the doctors, to really bring therapeutic progress to their patients, and we have to put back in the center. Then, as all the stakeholders, we will have to, again, leave our comfort zone, readdress, but I believe that if it is in the interest of the patient, it's in the interest of everyone, because everyone can be a patient at any point in time.
There's a question from the connected audience, which is a bit related to that one. Isn't the real-world approach the great opportunity, a great opportunity to use IA to see which patient or tumor data determines results?
Well, it's possibly one of the routes. We have to, that's typically research on research, validate artificial intelligence, how it can help us. I believe it will not be done overnight. Again, if you have to assess causality, you need a lot of certainty in what you are saying, and what you are claiming. And here there are challenges that we have to address that are for statisticians, for bioinformaticians, and doctors together. So yes, potentially, but not today. Certainly not today.
There's maybe an extra question for me, and maybe from the audience is, you in that place to meet, what shall be the place for the patients? Because more and more associations of patients are also having some questions on the clinical studies because of they want to have an integration of the quality of life issues and data more concretely in the time of the clinical studies.
No, I think the patients, of course, are central because at the end of the day, we are doing that for them. And at the EORTC, we have a patient panel, and all our activities actually are channeled through the patient panel. So these are discussions we discuss with them, and of course, that's very important that they are actually at the table to discuss all that.
Questions, yes. If
especially when it comes to endpoint like quality of life.
Est-ce possible d'avoir un micro pour Monsieur IFRAH?
Oui, merci. Merci beaucoup, Denis, de cette présentation. Ça sera plutôt un commentaire que des questions. Le commentaire, c'est que effectivement, l'aide de la puissance publique sur tout ce qui est et décroissance des doses, par exemple, qui est essentiel, je crois, pour l'optimisation des traitements, cette aide est indispensable. Et c'est vraiment notre rôle commun d'essayer d'organiser ça. Je suis complètement d'accord avec toi. On ne peut pas attendre ça, évidemment, de demande de l'industrie. C'est un besoin de sécurité pour les malades. C'est aussi, ce n'est pas accessoire, ça vient en second, un besoin d'avoir la meilleure dépense possible et la plus juste pour nos sociétés. Et donc ça, il faut qu'ensemble, nous travaillions à ce que, au niveau européen, ce qu'a dit, c'est évidemment notre rôle et notre mission commune. Alors ça suppose aussi que, je crois, au niveau des pour chacun d'entre nous, il y ait une place qui soit réservée à des essais de ce type, qui soient européens, et dont on sait que, parce qu'il n'y aura aucun soutien de l'industrie, notamment, il y aura un budget, je dirais, par essai, qui est supérieur à dans des essais, évidemment, partiellement soutenus. Donc il faut vraiment qu'on change le prix, l'évaluation,
to re-engineer everything when we assess these trials to allow independent organizations such as yours and others to do this work, because nobody else will do it. And that actually tells me to say something else. We should think together about the observation booklet, so to say.
Du fait des exigences qu'il y a eu pour l'enregistrement des médicaments,
when we have so many requirements for drug registrations, we have books of specifications that make us think
et aura un gros plus tard qu'à mettre mes rabats, il faudrait jeter tout ce meuble inutile et laisser la science
about poems that talk about superfluous information. We have huge amount of information. Nobody knows how to use it. So if we go back to what we need, because this drug is validated and registered, we have to know for which disease it is useful, under which circumstances. Then we give a chance to academic research.
Exigences de cahiers aussi énormes sont qu'évidemment le médecin
such significant observation guides are too voluminous, and we are becoming clinical research scientists, and it's a huge amount of work, and whatever the quality of the work performed, this is going further and further from the job that the doctors are or should be doing. So we have some work to do in this direction to make sure that academic research can be done in the right way, and this should be done at the European level, and we have to work together on this. This is a remark that comes from the online world.
Academic development also means reviewing the regulatory process. Currently, this process to get a marketing authorization is not adapted to non-industrial players. C'est ce qui va dans le sens exactement de ce que vous venez de dire. Je voudrais juste, il y a une autre question. Can you comment on this issue that many countries have? They get access to new drugs during the studies, and after there is a long gap before even life-saving drugs are made available, while they were for the study time.
That's a little bit aside from what we are discussing today. I cannot answer why, because it's not in my competence. It's in the fact of access by the industry and regulator and HTA bodies. But what I believe is that if the data sets are not there, how can people give access? So that's for me important. So maybe, but that's an hypothesis that we should verify if these data sets actually can facilitate rapid access, because we would have more information about these drugs, technologies. Again, I don't want to limit to drugs, it's multidisciplinarity. And potentially we can optimize more rapid access if we have the data, if we have the data set. I must admit that sometimes if I would be a body that has to decide to give access to my citizen, when I see some of the data sets, I believe I would have a lot of difficulty.
Thank you a lot, Denis LACOMBE, for this first masterclass. It can be applause. Thank you. Merci beaucoup à vous. Merci, Denis. Je vous laisse regagner le public et on va passer du coup à notre deuxième.
Sit down and we will talk about the second masterclass of the day.
Demain, le traitement du cancer changera de visage. Vous le savez, demain, la médecine de précision sera importante pour permettre de traiter chaque tumeur au plus près des caractéristiques pour mieux la vaincre. Cela se fera, cette médecine de précision, ces nouveaux horizons du cancer, mais avec quel accès pour les patients à travers l'Union? Et ça, le CPC porte depuis des années la voix des patients à l'échelle communautaire et a lancé une grande campagne autour de ce sujet, on va en parler. Le CPC, en quelques mots, c'est une structure qui est bien connue aujourd'hui en Europe. Elle fédère l'essentiel des ligues qui travaillent aujourd'hui à rassembler les patients dans l'Europe. C'est plus de 400 associations qui sont regroupées à travers cette structure, qui à la fois porte la voix des patients sur un certain nombre de sujets clés et puis qui aussi aide à la montée en compétence d'associations au niveau
and to draw upon existing knowledge at the local and regional level. It's a huge structure which is very present, and they have an awareness-raising campaign right now to try to alert and develop access to this precision medicine to make sure that it is not done at the prejudice of patients or countries. Thank you. I would like to welcome Aina ERRANDO, and she's responsible. She's the Partnership and Communication Officer. Thank you.
Hello to you, Aina. Nice to have you with us for this second masterclass. We're going to be speaking in English for that masterclass. As I said, since I guess it was 2018 that you dedicated this campaign, which is happening each and every year, to the access to personalized medicine. Why and how personalized medicine is a major issue for patient recognition today?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for welcoming me here today. It is my pleasure to be in front of all of you, not only because I feel honored among distinguished speakers and guests, but also because it is a timely opportunity to put forward one more time patients' priorities and show our work, ECPC's work, guaranteeing patient rights and putting forward their needs. Regarding your question, the primary mission of ECPC, it went automatically all the way.
It's not the good slide, actually. No. We can go back to the
first one. Yeah,
yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So the primary mission of ECPC is to make sure that cancer patients have timely and affordable access to the best treatment and care available, no matter where they live in the European Union. This is done through policy change, education of patients, increasing their involvement in research, and of course disseminating information about cancer and cancer research results to the general public, but also policymakers. And this active engagement of patients is vital to improving the quality of healthcare in Europe and to understanding patient preferences about their treatment and care. So here we can see that ECPC wants to empower cancer patients, and the best way to empower patients is through educating and informing them, so to raise their awareness and to ensure that every cancer patient knows what her and his options are. So as we can see here in the slide, from a policy perspective, we need governments to ensure the means to identify people who may benefit from more effective targeted cancer treatment and intervene as soon as possible, of course, with the best targeted treatment, and avoid treatment-related toxicity where possible. Of course, whilst helping to ensure the sustainability of the healthcare systems. Then, as previously mentioned, reduce the lead time to treatment, reduce and if not avoid treatment-related toxicity where possible. And one such way to address this is with cancer molecular testing and personalized medicine. And then, the last point, raising awareness of and increasing access to molecular and biomarker testing in cancer care across Europe. And ECPC and all our member organizations believe that people living with cancer should be informed about all available treatment options and be empowered to make the best decisions for their health, and together, of course, with their multidisciplinary healthcare teams. And this, in the end, will help to promote better diagnosis, a more targeted follow-up, and a personalized treatment.
This is the main challenge faced on this personalized medicine issue, and it's very important that patients have their voice on that scheme. What are the main, I would say, revendications you have, your associations, to really be in the game of this personalized medicine?
So all this initiative, this story was initiated with a survey in 2016, and it revealed low awareness about cancer molecular testing and biomarkers. So ECPC undertook this strong role in patient education with the launch of this infographic, and with an infographic and a video animation on biomarkers, and this was precisely the starting point of the personalized medicine awareness campaign. And this survey was done by 150 patients, and it showed that, as we can see in the slide, 70% of the respondents were aware of the existence of biomarkers, but 60% of them were not proposed a biomarker testing by their oncologist. So in the next slide, we can also see that 70% of the respondents to the ECPC survey said that the importance was not adequately explained. So with these results, ECPC thought about starting this annual campaign, providing patient-friendly materials in more than 10 languages of the European Union, and developing each year updated and new tools for patients. And if you would like to have some data on this, research has shown that when it comes to inequalities, which is one of our main focuses, healthcare costs of cancer vary substantially between different EU countries. And across the EU, healthcare costs were equivalent to 102 euros per citizen, but varied substantially from 16 euros, for example, per person in Bulgaria, to 184 per person in Luxembourg. So despite the current challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been some things of light in recent years, and health has been established as an EU priority, and cancer has become a clear focus with Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and the EU Cancer Mission.
One could say this is an important problem, actually, but let's go with scientific debates, let's go with political debates, let's go with academic debates and negotiation on this issue. How important of patients can really be a game changer in that access to personalized medicine?
So first of all, let me give you some more additional data about these inequalities that we were mentioning before. For example, we at ECPC say that for every Elsa in Sweden who has 86 chance of survival following treatment for breast cancer, there is an Ilsa or an Else just across the Baltic Sea in Latvia or Lithuania, whose survival chances drop to 67 and 66 respectively. So we need, inequalities should be addressed, and this can be done by increasing access to up-to-date information, decreasing the variability in cancer screening rates, and of course providing equal access to cancer treatments. And one of the reivindications, this is part of our 2018 campaign, as we mentioned before, with the video on biomarkers, and then we have the infographic that we prepared, ECPC prepared back in 2018 with, again, patient-friendly language so that they could understand everything that we were trying to explain. And maybe in the next slide we can see it more clearly. Wait. Yeah. So we issued the infographic as part of our campaign on 2018, and we argued that we need better ways to ensure sustainable healthcare systems and identify people who may benefit from effective cancer treatment and avoid treatment-related toxicity. And to this end, patient empowerment, the word patient empowerment is essential. As you have mentioned before, scientific and academic debates on personalized medicine, biomarker testing, access to treatment, reducing existing inequalities are essential, but the patient voice needs to be there. And it needs to be there, and that's why at ECPC we advocate so that patients have a say, so that they are co-creators of their own health. And this way they can take informed decisions about the treatment of their cancer pathway. So in this regard, it is also important to talk about the patient's consent. It is important that it is asked for research studies, for example, and increasingly patients are also being empowered to have a central role in research. And these opportunities can increase and contribute to the knowledge and the evolving research effort, of course. And if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, can you explain us a little bit about the campaign itself? As it's not just a campaign with a claim, a global claim, and that's all. You really try to empower, arm the patient for him and her to be more active on the access to personalized medicine.
Exactly. So in our case, we planned the Personalized Medicine Awareness Month campaign every year, focusing on educating and empowering patients and caregivers around the potential and availability of molecular testing. And our focus, our main aim is to show that cancer patients and survivors suffer from a wide range of issues as a consequence of their cancer and also their cancer treatment. These usually has negative consequences in their quality of life. And therefore, besides the need of health systems addressing these issues, cancer patients should receive information to help them and to help them overcome or face the challenges they will face during their cancer pathway. And these challenges can be related to survivorship, to access to care, support services, but also we should never forget not only the physical side, but also the psychological side of the cancer pathway, of being a cancer patient. So providing them with this information in layman language is crucial, and it should be an intrinsic part of the process. And in fact, cancer patients should be involved in every process, in every stage of the process, and really because each decision taken will have an impact on their life, and not only for days, maybe for months or for years. So that is one of our main aims, and that's why we like to use the word empowerment. Empowerment and engagement, both words. And also the campaign, we produce it every year in different languages, 12 different languages, including English, Czech, Dutch, French, German, Greek, etc. And of course, we try to help our members that are cancer patient organizations and partners to participate so that they can engage as well in this campaign. And let's see.
Yeah, can we see the,
yes.
the tools of the campaign, actually?
So we promoted the campaign every year, and we provide our cancer patient organizations with social media materials, some of them here that are shown in this slide. And for example, when we started in 2018, back to the pre-COVID era, it was presented in some events, such as the CDDF Multi-Stakeholder Workshop or the ESMO Congress in 2018. And more than 30 partners supported the campaign, and we even reached more than 180,000 people, also online, in partnerships as well with some organizations such as EAPM, the CDDF, and IQ Empath. And then in 2019, the next year, we saw that it had been a success, and we kept going with the initiative, following up with this success, and again raising awareness, and so that patients understand the important role and all this information that sometimes for them might be a bit difficult to understand with scientific language.
In that year, actually, the Cracking the Cancer Code campaign, which is the campaign ongoing in 2021, you promote even new tools, actually.
Yes, so every year we have updated the toolkit accordingly. Always, we prepare this material in different languages because, of course, national member organizations can use them because not every person has the ability to speak a lot of languages, so it's always better for them also to understand this personalized medicine that might sometimes look like a bit complicated. So it's always to present these materials in a layman language and, of course, in their mother tongue so that they can really understand what it is about. And also we use different social media accounts, so like LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, to spread the message, also so that they can share and comment and create a bit of interaction. And in the 2020 campaign, we updated some materials, and some of the materials we already disseminated in 2019, and we included as well patient stories, visuals, or newsletters, for example. And throughout the month of November, in November 2020, we promoted again the importance of this access to cancer molecular testing. And we created a social media toolkit together with the booklet, and these were made available in our website. And this was to help our cancer member organizations to spread the message among cancer patients. And we created some posts, a social media toolkit that it also included a social media calendar, so that they could post these messages also with some banners, attractive banners with patient-friendly language again. And again, this was translated into 12 languages so that we can spread the message more easily.
The kit is really interesting because it's a brand new communication way. There's a glossary of technical terms, was done by scientists of your board, actually, translated in a real language patients. There are the frequently asked questions that a patient should ask to get access to this kind of medicine. So there are all this stuff ongoing. There's images, concrete images for people who don't read and as much as possible, and the tool for having all this on a social media way also. So it gives it's a real complete kit, actually. And in the translation in the language, you already try to not just translate, but translate in the patient's language of the country.
Exactly. And this action in this campaign that we are talking about as well, we included patient testimonials and personal stories from cancer patients that have gone through this And we also included a call to action, a policymaker outreach letter, and a policymaker pledge template, and these were provided and again translated so that it can be spread to other national members, and they were also available in our website.
It's a bit too early to know exactly the impact of this campaign in the different countries, yet what can you expect of improvement on this campaign, on this subject, from your campaign, but also from the French and then Czech and then Swedish presidency coming?
So let me mention this booklet as well that you were mentioning before, that it included this glossary of words. So this toolkit, this booklet, was created by Professor Mark Lawler, which is a member of the ECP Scientific Committee. And the aim of this booklet was to address the opportunities and the challenges. And as you said, it included a glossary of words that in 2021, it was again translated to different languages. In 2020, we only published the English version. And then this year, in November, so some months ago, we translated it into different languages, because information is key to empowering cancer patients, and so that patients can make informed decisions about their personal health. And then in 2021, we developed again a toolkit, and we updated it, and we went one step further, and we prepared an infographic, again with patient-friendly language, in which we explain some of the main challenges or opportunities that this personalized medicine and cancer biomarker testing implies. And this campaign was announced the first week of November in a special newsletter that was sent to our members and stakeholders. So more than 2,000 times it was opened and sent. So I think it was a great success. And it included all the links to the toolkits, to the glossary you have mentioned, the booklets, and of course our web hub where we include all the information. So
it's really available as a toolkit. Yet, as I said, what are your expectations about change that might come for the months to come with the next presidencies?
So with campaigns like the one on personalized medicine and cracking the cancer code, we give patients all the information required so that they can make informed decisions, as I have said before. And for the upcoming months, what we want, or what we would like from the French presidency, is to keep on working on strengthening the EU healthcare cooperation. As we say in ECPC, together we are stronger. So in the end, it's all about collaboration and working all together. Also, the EU's role on global health, digitalization in healthcare, and of course, once again, health inequalities, so that, as previously mentioned, all patients have timely and affordable access to the best treatment and care available. And here also we should highlight health literacy again from a patient centricity point of view.
One last point before the questions from the audience. There's the patients, for the empowerment, they have you, your structure, they have the leagues in the country, they are promoting the patient voice, but they have a new tool, if I can say, a new lever for them, which are their data, their own data, and and the access to these data. How could that be in the year to come an important aspect of the empowerment of patients, and how can be used to strengthen the voice of the patient in such political campaigning?
So that's actually a very timely question, especially nowadays. So if I remember correctly, Professor Mark Lawler, in his booklet, the booklet I have mentioned before, he explains this about data. And he says that the data generated from research studies, of course, that patients may have decided to participate in, will provide crucial evidence to help underpin the better outcomes for cancer patients. And indeed, patients' data can make a great contribution to this evidence, but the collection and the effective use of data must be performed in a responsible fashion. Patients must have consented to the use of this data, and of course, for research, and patients' privacy needs to be protected. For this end, we have the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, and also the question of anonymization is an important one. While it guarantees anonymity, this might be balanced against the patient's potential wish to have the information about the characteristics of the tumor, for example, which might be relevant for future diagnostic tests.
Some questions now to these initiatives. If I have some questions in the room, et si vous avez du coup des questions, n'hésitez pas.
If you have questions, don't hesitate to raise your hand. And I have a few online questions.
Panel for cancer patients in Europe, where we can establish treatment option equality. That's the question. I'm just reading it. Like an onco panel of patients at the European level, where it can promote the inequalities questions. This is not directly to the campaign, but more to the patient voice.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, maybe some expert in the room can answer this question, but I'm not aware of it.
And do you, to pursue on these questions, as the plan and the mission try to work a lot with stakeholders, including patients, are you satisfied in the way you are nowadays integrated in the construction of the plan, in the launching of the mission, and the fact that, as being integrated, you can also value and advocate these issues?
Well, we always ask for more. We are very ambitious, of course, but when the plan was launched, we were very happy to see that the cancer comorbidities, cancer-related comorbidities were included in the plan, which is one of our main focuses. So yeah, again, we always ask for more. We always strive for more in benefit of the patients. Having this Europe's Beating Cancer plan focused on the patient, of course, and the benefit for them. But yeah, we will be working again with the authorities and closely watching what is going on.
This is more a suggestion than a question. For rare mutation, despite European authorization, agnostic therapies are not available in certain countries, such as France. Can European patient associations get involved to help make things happen?
Say it again, sorry?
It's for the rare mutations. Despite the European authorization, agnostic therapies are not available in some countries like France. Can the European patient associations get involved to make things change on that?
Well, the first thing we need always to make things change is willingness to change. So I guess, and I do believe that if we all work together in the benefit of cancer patients, we will achieve a lot of things together.
Are there some questions in the room for this initiative of cracking the cancer code and give new tools for empowerment of patients and cancer? Listener, yet.
Also, feel free to visit our booth. In the corridor, in the next room. We will be more than willing to talk to you and to discuss broadly.
Okay, and there's also a stand outside where you can meet Aina and see more in details all these toolkit things. Well, thanks a lot for all your presentation and this really tremendous initiatives to promote the patient empowerment. Thanks a lot. We can applaud
Aina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll leave you go back to the room. Et on va passer à la troisième masterclass de la...
Well, now we'll move on to the third and last masterclass of this morning. Key topic, which was already present in our two first masterclasses for the future of treatment and research in cancerology. And it's a topic that requires rethinking consultation, sovereignty frameworks. We're talking about the sharing of data. So how can we think this sharing of data by gathering stakeholders that are varied and with different interests. How can we have these necessary exchanges without building consortiums that are impossible to manage? The next guest supports an initiative with a different spirit of the sharing of data, and this is implemented in France. And we have with us Philippe-Jean BOUSQUET, who is already on stage. A big round of applause for him.
Normalement, je devais vous annoncer, vous deviez monter, devait y avoir un jingle.
I should announce you. You should have had a jingle. Oh, let's do it again. Please go down. Come on, there's a jingle.
Merci d'accueillir. Et alors là, on va faire des
welcome. And a round of applause. Philippe-Jean BOUSQUET.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone.
C'est tout de même mieux.
That's better.
On est dans un cénacle qui appelle tout de même à ce genre de protocole. Alors, directeur de l'observation des sciences des données et de l'évaluation de l'Institut national du
cancer. You're the director of observation, data science and assessment. We'll talk about sharing of data together. I know how essential it is, and we'll talk about it during this masterclass, but also tomorrow.
C'est parmi les propositions fortes qui reviennent de
strong proposals that will come out of our workshops.
Cette masterclass est consacrée à ce partage des données, mais vraiment, on va le voir pour essayer de le penser autrement et de le faire autrement, mais aussi, surtout, de le penser autrement. Pour vous, quelles ambitions doivent porter aujourd'hui cette question du partage des données à l'échelle européenne?
Une chose extrêmement simple, mais qui nous anime tous, c'est quelle est notre ambition?
What is our ambition? That's the question we should ask ourselves. We should live
cancer-free. Si on veut vivre sans cancer, ça veut dire qu'on veut éviter le cancer. C'est la première des choses.
Have to avoid having cancer, first of all.
And when one person has cancer, faire qu'il n'y ait pas de séquelles, faire qu'il y ait le meilleur traitement possible, faire que l'on n'ait pas de récidive, qu'il n'y ait pas de second cancer. Et donc, si on veut faire tout ça, eh bien, il faut pouvoir faire des études, il faut avoir des données. Et la question du partage de données est effectivement très importante. Et nous, ce que nous avons voulu faire, c'est un petit peu casser les codes, casser ce qui se passe, et faire que le partage de données, ce soit une réalité, et que ce soit une réalité pour tout le monde, et que ça concerne toutes les données, le public et le privé. Et qu'il n'y ait pas de fausses ambitions, qu'il n'y ait pas de précarité. Donc voilà pourquoi au niveau de l'INCA, mais au niveau de la filière intelligence artificielle et cancer, nous avons voulu avoir cette ambition et nous avons voulu le partage de données.
On va rentrer dans ce projet filière intelligence artificielle et cancer qui a été mis en place. C'est vraiment un projet à la fois intéressant et inspirant pour ce qui peut être mené à l'échelle européenne. Mais je vais tout de même rester d'un mot là-dessus. L'ambition. Qu'est-ce qui, aujourd'hui, je dirais, vous irrite, vous énerve dans la manière dont on n'arrive pas finalement à partager ces données, dont on est toujours dans l'antagonisme, la résistance, dans finalement la souveraineté et la possession?
Because we talk about sovereignty.
Je les garde pour moi.
Say, I have my
et
data,
le principe
I keep them for
je n'ai pas de
myself.
données, je veux les données
And
des
others
autres.
said, I
Et
have
c'est un petit peu
data,
ce
I want the
principe-là,
others'
c'est de dire qu'il y a
data.
énormément de données
There's a
aujourd'hui.
lot
On
of
en
data
collecte
available
partout.
today. We
Mais ces
collect it
données sont
everywhere.
difficilement accessibles.
But it's
Alors
hardly
on reproche
accessible.
certainement à la réglementation,
So we
à
say
la
that it's
technique, à
due
tout
to
un tas d'éléments de
regulation,
dire
to
je ne peux pas accéder aux
techniques,
données.
to
Mais très souvent
technology.
ce sont des faux semblants.
And
C'est des
very
volontés de
often
ne
it's
pas
just
partager.
false
Donc nous,
pretexts.
ce
It's
que l'on
because
veut, c'est que
people
ces
are
données
not willing
deviennent
to share.
accessibles et
And
qu'on
what we
puisse
want
les
is to make
utiliser.
sure that
C'est ça
they
que l'on
are
veut lever,
accessible.
et c'est un
This
petit peu
is
ce côté
the
irritant de
obstacle
dire,
that
ah
we
non, non,
want
je ne veux pas partager.
to
Il y a
break
toujours de bonnes
down.
raisons de rendre ça difficile, sinon
There's no
impossible.
reason
Donc
to
l'idée,
make
c'est
it
vraiment, on commence par
difficult
la
or
volonté de
impossible.
partager.
We
Avec
need
donc ce
to be
projet
willing to
filière
share,
IA et
first of all.
cancer, on va
So
détailler
with
son modèle
this
de fonctionnement
IA
innovant.
and
Et
cancer
avant toute chose, ce qui est
stream,
très
we're
important,
going
c'est que
to
ce
talk
projet,
about
l'idée n'est
innovative
pas d'agréger
projects.
encore plus
The
de bases
aim
de
is
données,
not to
toujours plus
aggregate
de données,
more data
mais de
sets,
créer et
but
de
rather
consolider
to
un écosystème
consolidate
d'échange et de
an
partage pérenne de
ecosystem
données.
of
Qu'entendez-vous par là et en quoi
sustainable
c'est
sharing
une
of
approche qui pour
data.
vous est déterminante
Why, according to
changer
you,
le
is it
game?
crucial to change the
Effectivement.
game?
Alors, le partage de données,
Indeed.
la première
Well,
des choses, il faut des
data
données.
sharing
Une fois qu'on a dit ça, c'est
requires
super simple.
data. once it's said, it's so simple. But we have to go beyond. We need to have favorable conditions. We need to have ambitions. We need to overcome barriers and to make sure that we are willing to share, to make sure that the good circumstances are there, to find the right data set. All these factors need to be met. That's also on the context, and also during the previous masterclass we talked about techniques, how to share data. Some can share. We need to be able to consolidate all this. So we need to create an ecosystem, have a huge set, and go beyond and try to reuse all the data that we have.
Pas forcément plein de données tout de suite
Maybe
accessibles, mais plein
not
de
a
données
lot
dont
of
on
data accessible at once, but we have to think about how to access
cette filière IA, donc elle est née de la volonté d'associer dans un même ensemble des acteurs du privé, des acteurs du public.
between the public and the private sector, as we can see on the slide. We have INCA, we have 8 important labs. We have also the French Health Industry Alliance for Research Innovation and the Health Data Hub.
Idée de quelle ambition est née cette alliance assez atypique.
What is the genesis of this partnership?
C'est une ambition totalement atypique.
It's an atypical ambition, of course. What we wanted is to rely upon everyone's strengths and the specificities of everyone. There are skills in the private and the public sector. We wanted to draw upon this, to be innovative, to go beyond, to do things that we didn't do in the past, and to make sure to push back and enhance this sector. This is why we wanted to have a partnership. Of course, there will be some caveats. So we can work together on new assumptions of research to create a new ecosystem of reflection and data sharing. So when we talk about data sharing, this is at the heart of our issues. What are the rules? We need rules. They need to be set for this ecosystem. We're not going to talk about a consortium. Within this partnership, you have biotechs, you have labs, you have public representatives, both from the private and the public sectors. So we wanted to set some rules. The partnership has no data platform. There's no storage of data. We do not create a new storage or a new platform. We draw upon what exists already.
Le principal, c'est celui qui est porté par l'Institut national du cancer.
The main one is the INCA, the French National Cancer Institute's storage of data. But not only will draw upon other data storages from the other stakeholders. It's important to have them, to gather them, not also in one point, but to discuss with all the other stakeholders. And when we do a public-private partnership, we need to open up from the private sector. The pharmaceutical industries can say, I did a trial, I did an observation study, we talked about this and that. Instead of being siloed in a lab, we need to share. And this can be used for other presumptions, other assumptions, other uses. Indeed. Do you have concrete examples of how it could work, this back and forth between the public and the private partner? Today in France, we all talk about the national system of health data from insurance sickness. They're all regrouped in one single place. So we have all the people who have cancer in this platform. Perfect. But then, when we look into the precision of data and the accuracy of data, we see that we can see a lung cancer, we can identify them. But if we go further, and if we want to know if it's an adenocarcinoma or any other type of subtype of lung cancer, we can't. Now, if we take studies that are taken from industrialists on lung cancer, they said, I want to work on this subtype or this other subtype. We take the information, we put them and we cross-reference the data, and so we can have a histology and a typology on these data. This can help with the algorithms. We can see it for the people who underwent these trials, and we can be innovative with IA. We can see how we can disseminate this for those that were not undergoing any clinical trials, but we want to know what type of cancer they had in a precise manner, so we can aggregate data from the public and the private sector in this way. All the stakeholders open access to their data, but are also the project leaders of these research projects. Amidst the project leaders, among them, we have the founding members that could suggest projects, but some others could. Some industrialists, the public, they can say, I have this project, how can we implement it? And this is open for everyone. We are really open. So we want to create an ecosystem. We don't want to have an additional platform of data, but we have a landscape where we have a lot of storages of data. So how do we position ourselves in this environment where we have ever more data? It's not your approach, so we have to find the right stance. Well, we want a mixed model. There are those who want to have one big platform, and there's another model where there's nothing in the center, but everything is disseminated everywhere. We want both. This is why it's mixed. We want a central cornerstone to have some information, not all information, on everyone. And then we want to have connections with other platforms wherever they are, and we can say, okay, on this platform we found this type of phenotype on this type of cancer. We don't want to expatriate it, but we want to create a link, and this is how we can partner with other data sets. The aim is, of course, to standardize everything, to make sure it works, to coordinate, but we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We just want to make connections and not to have disputes or any kind of problems. We just want to federate, to work together hand in hand. But then you have to make sure that you can include the data from other data sets, not also from inside, but also from outside. Yes, but we have standards that are being developed at the European level. When we look at the European projects that are undergoing right now, these are made for data sharing purposes. We have to lift off any kind of constraints that may exist. There are initiatives in this direction right now when we talk about the European sovereign space, when we talk about the single data space. We want to harmonize and standardize. There are a lot of projects that are working on this issue. We have to draw upon this to make sure that we can have a dialogue, to have a common language.
C'est un peu une approche qui est intéressante parce que
c'est pas l'idée
on veut tout homogénéiser.
We don't want everything to look the same, and then
c'est pas l'approche de
to find the information or to share on an ad hoc basis. We want to have an ecosystem of sharing.
qu'on fait et qu'on conduit ensemble.
It is something we do together. This is interesting. It's a free and open approach, but
il faut constituer un set minimum de données homogénéisées autour des suivis des patients.
The same thing. We have to have a block of data that would be standardized, that would be institutionalized, that could be shared beyond ad hoc projects. Indeed, we have to have a common cornerstone. Otherwise, we can't move forward. We are talking about minimum in common, not maximum data. The minimum can be reached. For instance, we can have the cancerology records. That's 5 documents that have been identified, like the molecular report,
ce qu'on appelle, nous, la réunion de concertation pluridisciplinaire,
the pluridisciplinary consultation
le programme
report,
personnalisé de soins,
the customized healthcare
et le programme de la prévention.
program, and then the post-cancer report. These are the documents that we want to make sure that they are accessible for the patients. We structure this so that this can be interoperable. And that would actually be in compliance with the European standards. And we use it for research afterwards. For other things, we want to retrieve the information and have this minimum cornerstone, this common foundation. So we have an ecosystemic approach for the research at the second level. So it's a two-tier approach. So we have a public-private partnership. Again, this is very innovative. How do we have collaboration with labs? It's not their usual practice. The National Institute of Cancer wouldn't work in this framework. How does it work? Well, quite smoothly, because we thought out of the box. Instead of having a one-on-one dialogue, we have a group of stakeholders working together. That's the first point. Then we have a rule that has been set. We're working for the general interest, for the public interest. And INCA is really highlighting that point. Then, when we have both stakeholders from the private and public sectors, we can have different approaches. We're not here to have a treatment, but we're here to make things move forward, to anticipate the future, to change the game. And this is why it works so well. This is why we want to share data. What kind of outreach can you have with that type of approach at the European level? Maybe this can be replicable. You can start from France onwards and have this at the European level afterwards. Well, we're already at the international or the European level, because when we say that we have 8 industries, they're not French only, they are also European. Europe is opening up, as I was saying earlier. They want data sharing. They want a single data space. They want this sovereignty. This is why they want to standardize and harmonize data to make sure that we move forward. We're already there. What we have changed is that we really made a step forward and we created an association from the private and the public sector. That could be an example, a role model for the rest of Europe. What do you mean? Through what kind of measure? Different measures. First of all, I'm going to give you examples. That's probably more simple. For pediatric cancers, for instance, we have a problem. We don't want children to have cancer, obviously, but we know that some have cancer. And if I take in one single country, very often we don't have enough children with cancer, so we need more data from different countries, so we'll have European data, not only French data. And we can say, okay, we managed to take data from the public and the private sector together to have common data sets, to have connections with storages of data, and let's see how at the pediatric level we can work further. We often talk about GDPR. It's often a huge obstacle. It's a regulation. But maybe we can actually harmonize the way we interpret and construe this regulation and how we can disseminate data. Go back to GDPR, but maybe it's something we have to approach on a systematic level, data sharing on projects that are funded by Europe. Of course, clearly. This is what Europe is asking for. When they fund a lot of European projects, they need from the outset, they need to know what data sharing will have. It's from day one, it shouldn't be only at the end. When the study is achieved, oh, maybe I'm going to share the outcome terms of the study. When it's finished, we don't share anymore because we don't have the capacity. So from the outset, we have to say, I'm going to share my data, and we have to set the rules from the beginning so that we're all on the same level. From day one.
Qui fâche, mais question qu'on avait déjà un peu initiée, est-ce que ça suppose, malgré tout, comme le veulent certains, de réviser le cadre de la RGPD?
How about GDPR? Shouldn't it be revised at one point?
Sur ce type d'approche.
Quand on regarde les critiques qui sont faites au RGPD, en fait, on s'aperçoit que ce n'est pas tellement le RGPD le problème, ce n'est pas la loi le problème. Le problème, c'est son interprétation. Si je vais regarder l'interprétation du RGPD d'un pays à un autre, je n'ai pas la même. Si je vais regarder l'interprétation du RGPD au sein d'un même pays, je n'ai pas la même. Je lève de suite de ce problème-là les personnes qui ne veulent pas partager les données. Parce que les personnes qui, pour ne pas partager les données, disent « Ah, il y a un problème de RGPD, je ne suis pas bien informé, donc je ne partage pas mes données. »
Pretext of GDPR, this is why I don't want to share data. No, it's a matter more about, it's a matter of interpretation. How can we reuse data? How can we harmonize this at the European level? The interpretation, the way we read and understand the regulation. Because when we have an interpretation that is validated for one country, it should be validated for every country. It needs to be done in the same way. Otherwise, we have to change again and again. Because it seems that for each country, the story is back on again. Yes, because we have each our pinch of salt to the story. This is why it's so complex. We have to reduce the complexity in the way we use the data. We need to have the same rules that should be applied in the same way. The rules and the law should be the same everywhere. We have a lot of questions on site, but also online.
On a du temps. Peut-être le micro peut venir.
Maybe.
Voilà, peut-être madame qui avait levé la main d'abord. Et après, on a, voilà, monsieur, on a là aussi, oui, je vous ai vu.
Merci beaucoup,
Véronique Tri,
membre du Parlement européen.
I'm a member of the European Parliament. At this stage, there's an important element that we should recall. It deserves to be said. Medical data belong only to one person, the patient. From then on, the only person that could actually avoid or not be willing to share the data is the patient himself or herself. And thank you for talking about the GDPR, because European institutions and the European Commission is represented on my right-hand side with an eminent representative of the Health DG. They are really, really hinging upon it, but they understand and they can hear that there can be some blocking elements. That's the subject of an intense debate within the European Parliament between those that are in favor of confidentiality. We can understand that. And those, in general, the researchers community that wants openness. I understand the problem of harmonization. This is run-of-the-mill. We have a norm, we have a standard at the European level, and afterwards we have to interpret it at the country level. Researchers who are in this room should tell us the level of how blocking this can be, because this can help us to move forward. Maybe there's something we have to modify and amend, and it's very topical. Yes.
Peut-être on va prendre. Il y avait d'autres questions. On revient à vous.
Were there any other questions?
Le micro par là. Oui, c'était. Oui. Il y a madame et monsieur. Si vous vous présentez d'abord.
Please introduce yourself, ma'am. I'm Mrs. Maznou. I'm the Director of Research at the CNRS at the Marie Curie Institute. Thank you for this stimulating presentation.
les éléments qui ont été apportés par Véronique concernant le patient qui est vraiment la
just said what is the most important thing, so I actually do not need to speak anymore. It's important to highlight that data belongs to the patient. Researchers do wish to have access to all data to make sure that they can move forward with their project. The question that arises is the following: how can we have sufficient information for the patients to be reassured, and yet make sure that data sharing could be done in a smooth manner and in a harmonized way at the European level, because this is what you said. We need harmonization. This is actually not the patients doing this way. How do you see this? How do you expect it to develop, to evolve, to work in this direction? To answer to your question, first of all, GDPR helps us. I have to say it. When we carry out a study, we inform the person that wants to do the study. There needs to be an enlightened consent or a form to be filled, for instance. They receive that information and they give information about the study. We haven't said, okay, careful, I'm going to take this data and put it in a data warehouse and this can be used in other studies, and we forget about it. We forget to say that if we do that, if we have a data warehouse, we explain to you how we are going to use this data for the further studies, but we don't always know what studies are going to be carried out in the future. We just say, you want to know everything about studies, you can go on this website and we will make sure that all the studies that will be performed from these data will be referenced, will have collective information. There will be this information, and there are mechanisms that will be set up, patient communities with the new technologies, with newsletters that allow us to give an update and to inform on the way to exercise one's rights. When we want to oppose against the study, and if we say we have a website there, and you're warned even before the study is made, and we give some period of time to think about it, and during this period of time we can say, no, I don't want to be part of it, so the patient or the person exercises their own rights. And this is what GDPR is all about. But this is quite complex. We have to open up our mind and think about the fact that the data will not only be used for ourselves, but also for further studies in the future. If we think about it ahead of time, then it's better. But if we have to think about it at the end, then we have a consent for only one study. And then we can't reuse the data, and we have to ask for the consent afterwards. It's complex. The patient may not be available. We don't have the address sometimes. And this is where we are in the lack of sharing of data. I have another question. Patients' associations are present, and they might decide which researchers could use data. Well, I can just talk about income. We have a data platform on cancer study. We have a committee, a scientific and ethical committee with researchers. We have two representatives of users, and they look into all the projects and they say everything they think about the project. We have also two people that are also appointed by the ethical committee to make sure that everything we do is at the service of the public interest. It's important. And it's important for the public to know about it, for patients to have their voice to the chapter. We have to explain everything clearly to them, but this is what science is all about as well. We have to explain what we're doing.
c'est un sujet un peu différent, mais avez-vous des projets avec les États-Unis?
Do you have projects with the US? And how about the regulations? Because in terms of protection of data, the rules are completely different. We have no projects with the US right now. I have to say it clearly. I'm not saying that important labs do not exist in the US. We were very careful in making sure that our structure, we have no data in our association. There's no data in our association, so the problem is solved. But within INCA, the host is in a sovereign host country. The safety rules are complied with. We have the SNDS rules. All the French safety rules are complied with, to make sure that we don't have any problems with extra-European or non-EU rules when we work with non-EU countries. Should we do so? So the aim is to have an ecosystem to open up to a lot of stakeholders that could investigate in a freer manner. And if we open up to American industries that do not have the same rules, maybe this ambition has some limits here.
Le système sur lequel elles sont traitées quand on est un extra-européen soit sous le même régime, sous la même application, même sécurité.
The aim is to have the same set of rules. There shouldn't be any concerns. So if the stakeholder says, I justified that I have the same rules, that I comply with the same rules, we can have a collaboration. If the researcher comes and works on servers in Europe, that can be a solution. We can't talk about a leak of information. We just need to make sure that European laws are abided by. If the person in front of you has the same level of commitment, then we can work together. Question.
On vous entend pas, il faut rebrancher.
We can't hear you.
Alors, ou il se rebranche tout seul peut-être. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Pierre Demolis.
Thank you, Pierre Demolis.
Voilà. D'accord, Pierre Demolis, une nouvelle fois. Donc, je suis actif au niveau du système européen d'enregistrement des dossiers
at European level on
le schéma que vous avez montré, c'est un schéma
registration of drug, and the mechanism you're talking about is something I dream of, because the system with which we work is very toxic, especially when we talk about pediatric or rare cancers, and sometimes I see developments that target the same sickness, the same disease, with a small cohort of patients, and they're eaten up by 4 different labs. They have 25 patients each in their own respective studies, which are of low quality, and they would rush to submit their own studies, because this is the way the system is made. With orphan diseases, we give awards to the first one, and they would punish those that are second. So what my dream is that we could think together about a legislation that could be close to yours, where we could have industrialists and academists that could work together, that will pool together their research, that we work on a public structure that would have actually academicians for this, and we work together, and then we have a clinical trial where we have 100 people, and we will not say that the one that is more deserving will put the products on the market. So ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that I would like that someone could think about this. We should change our law, and we should introduce something that would encourage collaboration and not stir up competition. We need something that would be speeded up, that would save money. We have to think about it. That's an important fight as far as I'm concerned. It's important for me. The mic is there.
Et ça permet aussi d'ailleurs de poser de nouvelles questions de recherche.
To raise new research questions, because we keep on asking the same things from data. Maybe we can think about new things in terms of research. So the hand is up. We also have questions online.
Si vous pouvez vous présenter juste.
Maybe please introduce yourself. Jacques Boudou, from the Polytechnique and member of the Scientific Committee at INCA. You mentioned at different levels the interest of managing the ecosystem of data. I would like to ask you a question regarding fundamental research.
Dans la recherche fondamentale, au service du cancer,
at the service of cancer, often the intent is that data should be published, could be accessible if they are useful for a larger number of people. That's all good. But if we take, for instance, those that have European grants for research, until proof of the contrary, they are not allowed to disclose data, and they do not have to disclose data. So could INCA position themselves to serve as a role model for fundamental research? Couldn't the Alliance for Research and Innovation be combined with INCA so that each time we have funding from the INSERN or CNRS, we could have a necessity or obligation incumbent upon researchers to disclose high-quality research data and outcomes. So I was asked to talk about the INCA with the director of INCA in front of me, so it's quite hard what you're asking me. But I can talk to you about our mindset. We want to open up. We want data to be reused. This is why it needs to be created. We need to be able to reuse data that has been created somewhere else. That's the willingness. That's the impetus. Then if we say that saying that this should be an obligation or a condition precedent to the granting of money, that's not for me to say. What we want is opening.
Il y a une question complémentaire sur un thème
qui rejoint un peu,
qui est présentée d'ailleurs comme une question qui peut être provocante. Peut-on
définir des données sensibles can we define sensitive data that could be governed by the law and that could be shared in an anonymous manner? Could we have more openness for sensitive data that could help for research? Well, when we talk about anonymization of data, that's very hard. Any synthetic data is actually sensitive data, and if we want data sets that are anonymous, that means that we are not capable. We should not be able to re-identify the patient. That's important. Sometimes when we just redact the family name and the first name, it should be okay, but it's not true because very often we can actually find and track back the person and the identity. We need to make sure to use data in a secure manner. We need to make sure that the end purpose of use of data is not prohibited and give access to this data afterwards. But an anonymous data set is very hard to do. Mr. Troussard, I'm from the French Hospital Institute. I would like to salute the work that has been done by INCA and the Alliance. I would like to go back to one point, the assessment of quality of data. Upstream, what kind of data do you consider as being of high quality so that it can be introduced in the CNDS set? How do you assess the quality after so much sharing? How can you avoid redundancies? And how about the Alliance's forecasts? When you talk about a common foundation, which is all about minimum, data, scientific data require a lot of fine-tuning. So how can you strike the right balance between the minimum common ground and the maximum information? And then when we talk about rare diseases, if we see an extension at the European level with macro data within the various European countries, isn't it necessary to have a very extended database on diseases that are very frequent? How do you foresee the future of these data sets that should not be too complex if we want to be efficient? A lot of questions at once, but they are really very relevant. And that's all about the use of data. So the first thing when we have a data is to know what is its quality. Because we want to know if we can use it. The more we use the data, the more we know that it's of high quality or not. Secondly, we have to know in which circumstances it was collected. When we talk about the CNDS, it's a refunding system to reimburse acts made by patients, something done at the hospital. So that's the purpose. When we know this, we know the strengths, but also the weaknesses of the data. But we also have to know what the limitations are. And so we know how we can use it, what answers it can answer, what answers it can give, and what answers it cannot give. For healthcare, for instance, we have assessment of quality of care, the assessment of organization of care. In this way, we can actually improve the assessment. And mechanically, we will improve practices, but also the collection of data. If you use data, if you know why you collect it, if you know that it will be reused, then you collect it better than if you don't know why you're using it. If you just put it down in an observation manual, then it's useless. But if you know that it will be reused, then you will improve the quality of data. This is how we are acting. Also,
une question sur la qualité, sur si je puis appeler ça la cuisine, les doublons.
You were talking about redundancies and overlapping data. Well, these are techniques that we use to avoid having redundancies. Doesn't matter, because then we can double check whether there was a mistake. And then you were talking about this common foundation and the level of requirements at the scientific level with the reality. Well, we need to have both. We need to have a common foundation on the one side, and we need to have data warehouses on the other. Once I have identified the population of interest, the scientific can say, I need to have sequencing, for instance. If, besides that, we have a data warehouse and we know which data have that, we have 100 people that meet your profile, 60 are in this data warehouse with the complementary data you need, and then there might be another data warehouse where you have 60 other people. And once we federate all this, we can find the answers for the scientists. We can work together, have a synergy. We just try to say, okay, we know where it is, we can show you where it is, instead of having people having to knock at everyone's door to ask for the information. We know where everything is localized. This is what we're trying to do. We can do it at the French level, but also at the European level. And there was another question that you were asking. When you were talking about frequent pathologies, do we need to collect all this information? Well, I can ask the question the other way around. Frequent diseases often have subgroups evolving throughout time. Sometimes we have an evolution and we say, oh, why does a treatment not work for that type of patient, for instance? So even if it's a run-of-the-mill disease, there are a lot of subpopulations, a lot of specific research issues and it's difficult to know which data are relevant and which data are not relevant. This is why it's never good to have poor data. We need to have sufficient data. What you say that is very important for the mindset of the project. The aim is not to have everything, but to have a toolbox to know where everything is. This capacity to look for data and to cross-reference data in the right way.
So Denis Lacombe had a question, I think.
Alors, peut-être Monsieur Lacombe, oui.
So Denis Lacombe from EORTC, to answer Mrs. Trilenoir asking for sharing of experience and also what you have alluded to, the interpretation of GDPR. What you need to know with respect to clinical trial regulation and GDPR is not sector specific. So starting from that point, there's a customization which is difficult to obtain. Second thing, our experience in the context of clinical trials, and I think at EORTC we have more than 100 data sharing exercises where we share data with researchers. It becomes more difficult because even though the patient is the data owner, when you collect data, you have a chain of custody. You have collected the data according to a certain consent, and sometimes there are ambiguities and difficulties between the responsibilities of a sponsor of clinical trial, what you have to do according to GDPR, and this is very costly because your DPO, data protection officer, must contact the DPO of the recipient, then possibly you have to consult the patient or the ethics committee. Some say yes, some say no. So it has become very expensive. And unfortunately, in our context, we want to continue sharing, but we have more and more obstacles and difficulties that are likely to decrease the number of data sharing exercises due to the costs and difficulties. Everything is feasible, there are no obstacles, but you have to cover the costs related to all these requests. And that's where the problem lies. So simplification, adaptation, customization, we have to make everything possible. So I think that's part of the challenges we have to address. There was a question from Mr. Breton. Yes, I would like to complement an answer from Philippe-Jean to the place of INCA regarding the structuring and the organization of data sharing for research. It's a topic on which we have started to work and we have a role to fund and structure. We finance 8 integrated research sites that have a global level and that have started defining the data sets they are ready to share between themselves around this approach. We're thinking about its extension and to know if and how, because the purpose is quite clear and is of common sense. How can we extend this approach in our subsidizing role according to the priorities that are regarding the 10-year cancer campaign, especially for poor prognosis cancers, where there's a great interest of sharing data, where teams are less numerous, to have a data set that is useful for their own work. And of course, while respecting the work done by each team and enabling each team to continue serenely their research work. So it's really something we're working on, and we're thinking about these modalities. We hope to be able to play this new role as a funder of French research. Thank you. As a compliment, with respect to the question that was asked, I think that, as you know, Philippe-Jean, the work has to start right from the arrival of the patient in the hospital through information regarding why there is this need of data sharing to reassure the patient on the fact that the data will be used, but at no point in time they will be attributable to that patient and will not enable to trace back that patient. That is essential because patients, especially in pediatric cancerology, patients, parents are eager to receive additional information, especially on the cause, and they are ready to help, and often they constitute an association and are willing to collect as much data as possible. Nevertheless, in the end, when we ask a patient if they agree to share these data, they have the syndrome, like the Big Brother syndrome, and they tend to react. First I say no, and then I'll see. But if they say no immediately, the work to compensate for that is huge. So there's a real educational work to be done regarding the purpose of what we ask them and the guarantee we offer them that, of course, we will use their information, but no, they will not be traced back as an individual. And this is a great work we are doing together, and for which we will certainly need cooperation, expertise, experiences, and it's essential because it takes a few minutes to convince that transform into dozens of hours if you don't do that upstream. And we'll be working on this, and I think that for this purpose, Mrs. MEP, we will need a certain number of supporting people.
Elisabeth souhaitait la parole tout à l'heure.
Elisabeth wanted to comment.
Merci. Bonjour. C'est aussi à répondre à la question de Madame la députée. Les organisations internationales et par exemple les centres de recherche sur les cancers et l'Organisation mondiale de la santé ont un défi particulier avec la nouvelle loi européenne, les GDPR, parce que les organisations internationales ne sont pas soumises aux lois européennes. Alors il y a un trou législatif et on ne se retrouve pas. Et la conséquence, c'est qu'on on est complètement immobilisé, on est incapable même s'ils sont financés, si les patients sont là, si les données sont là, et ça touche même le registre de cancer. Et là, nous travaillons avec les organismes européens pour partager le plus possible l'information. C'est une information absolument fondamentale pour tous les pays membres pour planifier leurs services de santé vis-à-vis du cancer, et même ça est affecté. Alors, c'est une demande que je fais à Madame la députée de penser spécifiquement dans ce trou législatif pour les organisations internationales.
Merci à vous. Merci à vous tous connectés en ligne, merci à vous tous présents dans la salle, et merci à Philippe-Jean Bousquet qu'on peut applaudir très fort. On va clore ces masterclass de la matinée. On se retrouve cet après-midi à 14h15 pour la suite. Petites informations pratiques, vous avez
practical information for the people who are here. You have lunch boxes waiting for you at the exits. You can either go to the first floor or sit at the table next to the booths. So for health distancing, please stay seated when you eat or drink.
Si vous pouvez remettre les casques de traduction en sortant,
and standing. And if you can give back the translation headsets, and you can collect them when you come back. Thank you, and see you this afternoon.
vas devoir envoyer à un moment le fleur français et à un moment la trame anglaise. Parce qu'il y a eu quoi comme souci ce matin avec la vélo? On m'a dit que la vélo mais pourquoi?
Moi, ce qui sort de mes tuyaux, bon, ça sort partout, ça sort en salle. Le reste, si c'est juste une question de niveau, on peut le faire. D'accord. Mais
en tout cas, il faudra laisser les deux sessions ouvertes. C'est quoi l'ID de la réunion? D'accord.
Donc, non, je ne peux pas savoir pourquoi. Moi, j'ai monté le son.
Eux, ils n'ont jamais écouté hier. C'est ça de ce que j'ai compris. C'est qu'eux, ils n'ont pas fait de test.
On fait des études sans test. C'est normal qu'on ait des produits. C'est pas parfait à l'heure. Mais le son qui sort de tous les tuyaux, là, il est bon. Le streaming, il était bon, parce que fois, le streaming, c'était un problème de l'OS, c'était pas un problème de chez nous. Oui. Moi, ce qui rentre ici, si c'est trop fort ou moins fort, soit, ben, on a un niveau qu'on règle ici, ou que je règle de la console, mais ça se fait, une fois qu'on l'a fait, a priori, il est bon. Moi, ce que je pense qui s'est passé, c'est que quand on a eu le vélocipisme, parce que j'ai regardé la régie parlait. Donc moi, je pense que ça a été commuté sur le micro de l'ordi. D'accord. C'est tout. Je ne peux pas entendre un petit peu parler de vélocipisme.
Changer les batteries et...
Je me suis dit, mais...
Alors, rejoindre l'audio par ordinateur. Ok. Alors. Donc, il faut qu'on active.
Ouais, il faut normalement le floor part partout, donc il part dans les deux. Celui-là, on n'a rien réglé encore.
On a besoin de la vidéo pour ce zoom là.
Pour proposer le retour, la personne de... Ah non, pas pour ce
non, ce que je veux dire, c'est vous qui épinglez la personne.
Moi, je vais épingler sur l'ordi la personne. Du coup, ça va être, je trouve, sur le...
C'est marrant, on n'a pas sur les deux cartes, on n'a pas les mêmes jumelles. Bon, j'ai rechargé des presets de cartes en direct.
Parce que là, nous, c'est ce qu'on reçoit du zoom 2.
Normalement, le preset de base de la carte est bon.
T'as vu beaucoup de le soft aussi? Alors. Donc, là, ce qu'il faut qu'on... Il faut vous connecter, il faut voir si, quand vous parlez... Est-ce que je peux avoir un ID, s'il te plaît?
Le 121, 4361.
921, 4061.
Je vais fumer ma clope.
Ouais, je suis là dans 10 minutes, même pas. Ah, mais je me suis trompé. 921, 4061.
Dans une cabine de trave.
9139. Donc là, si elle parle, tu es censé le recevoir sur ta console.
Là, j'ai les deux qui parlent. Là, elle est...
921, 40, 41, 61.
Alors moi, je t'entends par ton ordinateur. Là. C'est ça qui va pas. C'est toi que j'entends sur le zoom anglais. Mais tu as mis rejoindre l'audio par l'ordinateur.
Est-ce qu'on peut m'accepter dessus? On a mis rejoindre l'audio par ordinateur, ce qu'il ne faut pas faire.
Réseau du microphone, connextant. Là, reviens dans réseau. Reviens dans les paramètres autour. Ouais, là, vous m'entendez, je pense.
Et donc le son ambiant.
Là, tu m'entends pas plus fort, je pense. Tu m'entends par la captation du micro. Voilà, là je renvoie du son. 1, 2. Ah, ah, ah. Moi j'ai des niveaux de sortie. Et. Moi je m'entends dans les zooms, moi. Ouais. Je sors sur les zooms. Ah. C'est le playback en bas. Il faut désactiver ça. Ah. Et. Ça c'est monitoring.
Mais monitor output 1, et là tu sors en 1. Tu sors en 1, donc là c'est le zoom que tu dois récupérer.
Oui.
Playback 1. Là on récupère bien ça, et ça on s'en fout, ça aussi. Loopback il est coupé, sauf qu'on veut mettre custom mix, comme ça on n'aura pas ce problème là. Et celui-là on va le mettre en custom mix aussi, comme ça on n'aura plus ce souci.
Et. Parce que moi, ils sont pas ouverts les zooms ici. C'est un module. Donc je sais que je ressors. Là, je ressors sur le zoom anglais seulement, plus sur le zoom français. Et.
Celui-là, on s'en fout. Comme ça, on va mettre tous les deux en custom mix.
Ouais.
Comme ça, on est sûr, on n'a rien envoyé dedans parce que c'est le stéréo.
On l'a pas fait le custom mix.
Le stéréo, ça, on met pareil, on va mettre en custom mix. Et je l'avais fait ça tout à l'heure.
Quand tu relances le zoom, tu te demandes de mettre sur quoi mettre.
Non, c'est moi, j'ai rechargé un preset de sortie de base.
D'accord.
Je voulais qu'on reparte de base.
Tu peux me dire en combien tu sors là?
Comment ça?
Sur la installation.
Ah oui. Ils vont brancher en quoi?
En 1.
Ils vont brancher en 1, ouais. Et je sors toujours dans l'anglais. L'anglais me traverse toujours transparent. Ah, quand tu démutes, je l'ai le signal. Le DON nous affecter les sorties directes. Alors, là j'ai toujours ma voix dans les zooms.
Ah Valentin, t'as entendu? Normalement, il n'y a pas trop le droit de manger.
Je vous avais dit salle au premier étage quand même. Ok.
Et je sors sur l'anglais. et je sors sur les deux. Je coupe, on va pas, on essaye de ça, donc ça rentre déjà. Je rentre dans les deux cas. Et oui, là en plus on voit, ça module, on est à peu près équivalent sur les deux entrées. Tac, tac. Moi, ce qui m'embête, c'est de voir playback. Et, ah non, j'envoie le floor, il part dans les deux. Ça, c'est normal. Et. Non, mais pour moi, c'est cette histoire de playback, là. Puisque je vois que j'ai du signal. Ah. Et là, j'ai plus l'anglais. Donc, c'est bon. Ah, si. Merde, j'ai les deux. Oh, et ça commence à me gonfler. Je sais pas pourquoi ils ont changé les interfaces, on les comprend plus, là. Ouais, moi non plus, mais c'est pas grave. Là. Donc, ça, c'est quoi? Software done playback. Hardware input. On rentre bien, mais ça c'est sur les sorties qu'on n'est pas bon. Et.
Pour moi c'est sur Zoom où il y a un truc à lui raconter.
Et. Parce que là on comprend.
Parce que là, sur Zoom, comment tu lui dis je veux tel. Mais normalement il renvoie pas. Utilise un appareil distant pour lire la sonnerie en même temps, non. Tester le micro.
T'as deux fenêtres Zoom ouvertes là. Non, ça sort toujours chez moi. Non, on est bon, les réglages de Zoom sont bons.
C'était quoi le code là?
C'est Zoom qui nous renvoie le son, d'accord. On peut appeler personne là qui est un peu expert.
Alors, moi c'est là où il y a un truc. Tu vois, déjà, rejoindre l'audio par ordinateur. Ça veut dire quoi? C'est le premier truc qui me demande, tu vois, Zoom. Oui, ben ça c'est en fonction des paramètres de l'ordinateur. Donc on va mettre les sorties par défaut dans son ici. Lecture par défaut, on va mettre la Focusrite, ce qui est fait. Comme ça. Tu cliques droit sur l'icône de son.
Ouais.
Tu cliques sur son. Hop, tu vas dans lecture.
Ouais.
Son par défaut, c'est
on est bon.
Donc là c'est bon. Okay. Je peux lui dire de rejoindre
ouais.
On s'en fiche.
Non, c'est bon, donc tu peux lui dire, normalement, ça marche. Ah, mais il est ouvert votre micro? Vous êtes connecté à Zoom?
Ouais, je suis sur le Zoom là.
Votre micro, il est fermé?
Ouais,
ok. Ah.
Ouais. Alors, moi, ce que je voudrais faire comme test, là, c'est, vu qu'on a un intervenant extérieur, qu'on se connecte, et vu que l'intervenant extérieur, on va le récupérer via ces ordinateurs-là, il faut qu'on l'épingle et qu'on voit si ça parle.
Bah, vous voulez que j'aille me mettre dans une cabine
ça serait l'idéal. Ouais, ça serait l'idéal. C'est ça qui va se passer. Un intervenant extérieur, on l'épingle et on récupère son son. Et là, ce que j'aimerais bien... Et lui est censé recevoir français et à un autre moment anglais. Voilà, c'est ça qu'il faut tester.
Oui, mais il reçoit le floor.
Oui, mais à un moment, il est censé recevoir l'anglais.
Et je rajoute la trad en plus.
Tu l'as renvoyé la trad déjà?
Non, mais là, il n'y a plus rien, je renvoie plus rien. Il m'a demandé de les enlever tout à l'heure parce qu'il voulait un zoom sans les trad. ce qu'on avait réglé ce matin, j'ai dû le défaire. Mais c'est juste un an. Oui, ils voulaient un floor tout à l'heure pour la vélocipiste. Ils ont utilisé le Zoom pour autre chose que ce qui était prévu en fait.
Elle est connectée? Elle est où?
Oui, elle est connectée dans une cabine.
C'est l'iPhone que je vois là?
Oui. Ouais. Donc moi par contre c'est pas ouvert. Ah.
Je parle, mais vous m'entendez pas, je pense. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Ah si, c'est bon. Ok.
Continue à parler.
Je continue à parler, je continue à parler, je continue à parler. Toujours. Les rencontres européennes des gens de l'Institut national du cancer. Blablabla. Test Zoom. Est-ce que...
Pas au même moment. Donc moi maintenant, c'est au moment des rendements. Il va falloir dire toi sur ta gueule, parce que sinon on va l'entendre deux fois. Puisqu'on reçoit le réseau de Zoom général et sur ce réseau, lui il entend, lui il entend. Et comme les deux sont activés, il faut que tu envoies ici, tu arrêtes d'envoyer le floor ici, tu envoies le floor plus la trad française, et là tu envoies le floor plus la trad anglaise. C'est ça. Et non le floor. C'est pareil. Bah non, c'est pas pareil. Parce que, en fait, ce qu'on veut, là, c'est un zoom en anglais et un zoom en français. Si tu envoies le floor là et là, ça va poser problème quand même. Il faut que tu envoies le zoom, il faut que tu envoies le floor plus la trad française. Et là, le floor plus la trad anglaise. Est-ce que ça change? Oui, mais comme ça, ça va. Parce que tu récupères bien rien là-bas. Ça vient de ça.
Est-ce que vous avez encore besoin de moi là dans la cabine?
C'est juste que c'est pas en même temps. Oui, bien compris. Du coup, non, si, tu peux faire les deux. Parce que là, il y en a un qui sera coupé. Là, le son sera coupé sur celui-là quand on verra là. Et sauf que quand tu l'enverras plus là, tu l'enverras ici. Donc il faut qu'on voit leur plus la traite. Là, leur plus la traite anglaise. Il faut que tu fasses un mix. Ou alors tu récupères ce que je fais de mettre tout ça. Si, c'est possible. Ou alors il faut que tu récupères ce que de la console là-bas. Sorti. Ça ne marche pas, souvent le moins ne fonctionne pas, c'est la même session. Là, en fait, on doit être connecté sur les deux avec votre téléphone. Celui-là, le son. Celui-là, le son coupé sur la première session, et là sur s'activer. Et là, du coup, c'est activé. Là, c'est l'intervenant qui parle. Une fois que ce sera fini, là. Donc là, normalement, c'est le plus d'accord. Donc là, le bouquet, en fait, moi, je dois récupérer des gens. Tu dois faire deux mix. Tu dois faire un mix avec la trad française et le corps, et la mix avec la trad anglaise et le corps. Et avoir des sorties. En fait, on rajoute une dans le son, la trad anglaise, et dans l'autre, dans le son, tu rajoutes une autre. Donc, il faudra juste une des réglages. C'est pas. C'est l'histoire de renvoyer un mix. Il n'y a pas dans le streaming, on veut avoir le mix total.
Ok, je suis connectée.
Mathilde, vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? Attends, elle ne m'entend pas.
Non, j'entends.
On peut se mettre sur le Zoom?
Là, c'est bon.
Ah, ok.
Là, bon.
Bon, bah alors c'est que ça marchait. Donc voilà. Et moi, je vous entends également très bien. Et la ligne est claire. On n'a pas de feedback. Tout est parfait. Est-ce qu'on peut essayer de quelqu'un dans la cabine de trad qui va parler en même temps? Et comme ça, je vais vous rajouter la trad. Alors, c'est la trad quoi? Qu'on fasse la bonne directement, qu'on va renvoyer cet après-midi. Je rajouterai la trad anglaise ou la trad française? Je rajoute le français, d'accord. Anglais, très bien. Alors, j'ai essayé de vous rajouter la trad anglaise.
Très bien, je parle dans l'anglais.
Dans le Zoom français, si j'ai bien compris.
Je parle dans l'anglais.
C'est tout à fait ça.
Ouais,
Je parle dans l'anglais,
voilà.
bonjour,
La trad
anglaise. La trad anglaise est présente.
Dans le Zoom français, c'est celui-là, le Zoom français.
Je parle dans la traduction anglaise, bonjour, 1, 2, 3, dans la traduction anglaise.
Le Zoom français, la trad anglaise.
1, 2, 3, dans la trad anglaise, bonjour.
Et du coup, la trad anglaise. Donc si quelqu'un parle dans la trad anglaise,
je parle dans la traduction
vous devez la
anglaise.
recevoir.
Ouais, je reçois.
Et vous recevez en même temps. Est-ce que les niveaux sont corrects, par exemple? Je vais parler.
Oui,
là,
on peut juste refaire le test là.
Moi, je suis au niveau de la convention, comme on va la faire en salle. Donc, ça sera ce niveau-là qui sera envoyé à peu près dans le tuyau. Il faut juste que la trad va se superposer à ce niveau-là à peu près.
D'accord, je
donc,
vais
si quelqu'un peut parler en même
avec
temps,
un signal de
la trad
traduction,
anglaise, oui, je vois, il parle un peu moins fort que moi.
Je parle un peu moins fort que toi.
Bon,
après, les traducteurs parlent peut-être un peu plus fort, ça va dépendre d'eux.
On va juste ajuster ce décible-là. Non, mais c'est l'autre que j'enverrai après, si tu veux. C'est la trad française que j'enverrai après. Donc je la montrerai. Oui, c'est pour ça, il vaut mieux le faire de là que de l'inventer avec des tuyaux. Donc c'est la trad française que j'enverrai toujours dans le même Zoom. Le Zoom anglais, je l'oublie, moi. Donc je l'envoie là. Il est envoyé, mais là, il est muté. Ah, c'est pourquoi? Ah, parce qu'il est sorti de la cabine. Impec. Et si vous coupez votre micro, ça ne tourne plus. Impec. Voilà. On est parfait comme on doit l'être. Merci.
Merci à tous. Allez manger rapidement. Quand même une lunchbox là, qu'on soit prêt. Mais excuse-moi, j'ai pas compris. À un moment donné.
Non, après du coup, je suis juste efficace et je suis pas trop gentil peut-être à ce moment-là, c'est vrai, excusez-moi.
Non, mais il n'y a pas de souci, je comprends très bien.
Moi, j'aime bien que les choses soient bien faites, ouais, depuis un jour, ça rame avec ça.
Ça n'a pas été préparé.
Et non, on est d'accord tous là-dessus.
C'est comme ce matin, j'ai appris que j'avais
des tas de trucs faisables, mais ils ne peuvent pas forcément s'imposer. C'est pas, tu vois, c'est comme quand tu te dis de déplacer un truc quand tu es à Algérie, tu sais, ne déplace pas, chez toi, tu déplaces ta télé, tu les mets là, ça marche. Nous, ça inclut beaucoup plus de...
C'est plus compliqué que ça. Et parce qu'on me dit, et il y a un interphone pour Valentin, je dis, non, il n'en fallait un. Et ben du coup, ils ont pris un, parce que sinon, il fallait que je tire un câble.
La scénographie va induire des comportements scéniques et techniques dont si tu les peux pas les imposer à la main.
À tout à l'heure, bon appétit.
Et vous entendrez à ce niveau-là.
Mr. Karras, do you hear as well?
Hello. Hi.
Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me as well? I hear lots of music. This is why I'm a bit.
Yes, it's normal.
I was a bit confused.
Okay, we can
okay,
see
good.
you well
Good.
too.
Can you see me as well?
Yes,
Good.
it's perfect.
I can barely hear you because the music is so loud in the background. Sorry.
Yes, it's normal that the music is loud now, but we'll switch off later.
Good. Do I now have to also click on the link to advance my slides? Is that correct?
Yes, you can click on the link to see if it works well.
Yep, perfect. And then I basically it tells me that the code entered doesn't match an active client. Is that?
It's not working.
It's not working.
I'll see.
Let me try again, but
So you're on the page rencontre1cas.fr/en/.
No, I'm using the link which was sent to me by a colleague earlier, internetclicker.com.
Can you go on rencontre1cas.fr?
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can see a clicker now. Is that the one?
Okay. You have red side and green
yes,
side.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you pass the slide?
I can click the clicker.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Does it work?
Click again. Yes.
But I don't see anything.
Yes,
Is that correct?
It works. And if If it doesn't work, you just have to say next slide, and I will pass the slide.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Good. Thank you so much. Great. But I will see the slides then on the screen somewhere, or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You have, you have a window of the streaming of the broadcast live.
Is that? Do I see that? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Good.
Okay. It's okay for you?
Yeah. I don't know which window it is yet, but I will find out. Don't worry. It will be good.
Good afternoon and welcome to the audience present in this room and to the connected audience following us live on the internet. Thank you for being here for the second part of the masterclasses this morning. We saw how to have access to precision medicine, how to think differently, data sharing, how to think differently about treatment innovation. We will continue to tackle all these topics and others and see how these topics addressed this afternoon will enable us to think differently together at the European scale. But before that, we have the joy and honor to welcome the Director General for Health, Jérôme Salomon. A big round of applause for him.
Madame la Commissaire européenne,
Mrs. European Commissioner for Health, Mrs. Commissioner for Research, Innovation, Culture, Education and Youth, Mr. President of the ESEC, ladies and gentlemen, the parliamentarians, President of the INCA, dear Norbert IFRAH, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to open this afternoon of the first European Cancer meetings of INCA organized within the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. These meetings are a key moment to affirm our commitment, intensify our cooperation and strengthen the synergies to face this European and global challenge, which is the fight against cancer. This cooperation enables to build new progress in research, innovation, prevention, screening, and access to high-quality services for the benefit of populations. The fight against cancer is a political priority, scientific priority, and operational priority based on the value of these partnerships and on approach integrating health in all sectorial policies. Major progress in the fight against cancer has been brought about over the last years, thanks to successive plans and the mobilization of all stakeholders, healthcare professionals, researchers, institutions, associations, and of course the users, be it the patients themselves or the caregivers, whom I would like to greet and congratulate for their commitment. This model enabled us collectively to face and get organized to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on cancer care. This afternoon is the opportunity for me to thank the national expertise stakeholder, INCA, for their mobilization and in European and international cooperation that enable to open opportunities for progress in all fields, from scientific research to access to quality care and innovative therapies. As you know, France wanted to work in the long term, and in 2021 it decided to have a 10-year cancer strategy guided by ambitious commitments made by the President and the government to improve the health of all citizens. For the first time, it's a project not for 5 years, but for 10 years that has been initiated to give time for action. The government has set concrete and objectives that are supports to mobilization and place our action within a comprehensive framework to improve prevention. Now that 40% of cancers are preventable and 2 out of 3 people are suffering from after effects related to the disease or the treatment, and people are dying from cancer, a stronger and more ambitious mobilization is required to change these trends. Our strategy gives priority to the fight against pediatric and teenagers' cancers and against health inequalities, both social and territorial. Fighting the disease is not an object of the past, but in 2022 it is a must. The reality of the figures is 3.8 million people living with or after cancer in France. Almost 400,000 people who learn every year that they have cancer, and more than 157,000 people dying from cancer. These challenges, we can meet them together to beat cancer. The weight of cancer will increase ineluctably if our methods don't evolve, if our environments and behaviors don't change. The teachings from the health crisis strengthen the importance of a shared strategy between the member states of the EU. 1 year ago, we launched the European plan Beating Cancer. This plan is a major step towards a new approach in Europe for prevention, diagnosis, treatment and care of cancer. Presented in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic, this plan reminded us that it was our responsibility to continue and strengthen our common fight against cancer in Europe. For patients suffering cancer, for their families, and for each European citizen. These first European cancer meetings of INCA will enable a concrete exchange between the European stakeholders to make joint proposals in order to implement the objectives of the Beating Cancer Plan in cooperation with the EU mission for cancer. During the French presidency of the European Union, we will support the European Commission and all the European stakeholders in their strengthening of the fight against cancer. The Commission has initiated work to strengthen the legislative framework of the fight against smoking, mainly thanks to the revision on the directive on the smoking, taxing and the trans-border purchase of tobacco, and the implementation of the Council's recommendations on the smoke-free environments, and also on the strengthening of the directive on the smoking and the publicity for tobacco. We will adapt it in order to have a common strategic and legal framework. I would like to underline also the EU for Health actions that have been implemented, and thanks to the European funding activities to support the Member States' activities to extend the systematic vaccination of girls and boys to stop papillomavirus cancer. France is supporting the Commission to ensure access to vaccination and stimulate innovation in order to guarantee a better access to drugs and vaccines, as announced in the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. Next to the EU, numerous actions will be done in the field of drugs to change the models and procedures in terms of assessment of new drugs, early access, fast track, financing of expensive molecules, and definition of purchasing prices. The development of e-health, and especially European space for health data, will enable us to unlock the potential of new technologies to help patients suffering from cancer during their health and care pathway. An example, a pilot project in development to have a double reading of the testing of breast screening with AI and AI to have a precise diagnosis. We made sure that the 10-year strategy converges with the European plan to strengthen synergies. We have adopted a holistic approach similar to the European approach, ranging from prevention and screening to the quality of life of patients and survivors. This intersectoral approach of public policies in coherence with the national health policy is in line with the concept of health in all policies promoted by the WHO. The better we understand the risk factors and the determinants of health at the origin of cancer, the better we can prevent them, diagnose them, and treat them effectively. Prevention is one of the common threads of the policies we are implementing that enabled us to move forward in many fields. Smoking and alcohol consumption, physical activity, screening, testing, and of course the impact of the environment on our health. Our objective is to consolidate these acquis and to change scale. I would like to insist on the importance of smoking that will be discussed this afternoon from the tax point of view, which kills prematurely every year 75,000 people in France, of which 45,000 due to cancer. It's a real public health problem that requires the mobilization of everyone. Our objective is to have a first generation of smoke-free adults by 2032. We will succeed by changing the approach and attitudes to smoking and prevent 60,000 cases of cancer by 2040 as foreseen by our national program to fight smoking 2018-2022. The consumption of alcohol, which is the second risk factor for cancer in France, and the second cause of preventable deaths with 41,000 deaths per year, will be based on a comprehensive approach that will be structured to improve the health of the population and prevent youth from excessive alcohol consumption. Our action will be strengthened by the adoption of the national plan to prevent alcohol risk that will be interministerial and multi-sectorial. Among the preoccupation, the concerns of our citizens identified in public consultation is testing and screening. Our desire is to strengthen cancer testing thanks to organizational and technological changes and the progress due to research. Our objective is to do 1 million additional tests by 2025 to reach at least the objective of coverage recommended at European level. The measures proposed have been thought to facilitate access to prevention with improved testing methods. For instance, with the access to a website that enables to order a colorectal testing kit without any medical consultation. Our objective is also to incite everyone to have a better lifestyle, with several initiatives encouraging collective authorities to promote health positive approaches in the field of food and promoting physical activity. Finally, the impact of the environment on the risk of cancer is real. It's a major challenge that requires to change regulations, especially in Europe, to better protect populations. The translation of these political commitments is to do everything with the European Union to beat cancer at each step of the process and give a central place to the interests and well-being of patients, relatives, caregivers, and the population in the broad sense. I thank you for your attention and wish you fruitful exchanges this afternoon that will enable us, I'm sure, to nurture our respective policies and to strengthen further our cooperation to fight against this problem, which is cancer, with progress for everyone and hope for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Salomon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salomon, for this light on the prospects of the 10-year strategy, the synergies with this plan, and these European initiatives. Before continuing with this afternoon's masterclasses, there are workshops in parallel that are starting at 2:30. If you have to go there, don't hesitate to leave this room. Another point for our connected audience, there will be replays of all these sessions today and tomorrow on the YouTube channel of INCA. So you'll be able to replay some sessions that you have missed or that you want to see again. We will continue with the next masterclass, the fourth masterclass. Acting together is essential, and at the European level must also enable to address issues in terms of cancer that are often neglected and lack national means. And this is the case of pediatric cancers. A European regulation has been adopted. The survival rates have been improved. Nevertheless, access to treatment remains difficult, but dedicated research is insufficient. So how can we give better drugs to the children, and how can we act together in this field? We have in duplex with us one of the best specialists at the European state. Dominique Carès is with us.
So Dominique Carès, do you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay. So Professor of Oncology, Scientific Officer, Pediatric Medicine Officer at the European Medicine Agency. I will leave you the mic for a presentation of your priorities, or the vision you have of priorities of action in pediatric cancer. But maybe before, just a short question more dedicated to you and your involvement in that pediatric field. It's not always the easiest field of research and the easier field of medicine to address when you're a researcher or a doctor, actually. What decided you to go in pediatric medicine, and what decided you after that to join the AMA, the IMA?
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the very kind introduction. First, it's a real pleasure to be, with you, albeit due to the pandemic, for me only remotely, very unfortunately. I'm not a professor of pediatrics. I'm a medical doctor, but nonetheless, to your question, I think what always stood out for me was the sort of collaborative spirit and the sort of working together across disciplines, across Europe and the world, which really attracted me towards working in pediatric oncology. And as my career evolved, sort of realizing that the regulatory sort of framework through the pediatric regulation, and I will touch on that during my presentation, it is really an important sort of catalyst and wanting to make a small difference from within, if you wish, to really benefit all children in Europe with cancer was the initial sort of motivation to join the European Medicines Agency. Before starting my presentation, also a huge thank you to the organizers for the very kind invitation and the opportunity really to reflect as part of this masterclass on EMA initiatives to foster pediatric oncology drug development. And I hope you can see my presentation.
I leave you the word for your presentation, and actually, yes, I think we will have the slides on the screen and you on another screen.
Perfect, good, thank you.
You can go.
Good. I don't see my presentation, but that doesn't matter. I will.
I'm checking with the technique. Est-ce que les slides de Monsieur Carès sont?
Can we see Mr. Carès' slides? That's a question to the technician.
It's on its way.
Lovely. That's great. Thank you so much, and apologies. But ever so grateful, to be able to present remotely. So
Alors. Est-ce qu'on a les slides qui s'affichent? Oh yes, here they are.
Great. I can't see them yet, but that doesn't matter. If it's the first slide with the title, then maybe I can ask to just move to the next one.
Yes.
Which is, oh, lovely. That's my sort of usual disclaimer. As part of my short presentation, I would like to briefly sort of go through the why. You know, why is it so important to get better in making innovation available to children with cancer, including the challenges we all face, followed by the how, exemplified by certain concrete activities we support and initiate at the EMA under 3 key pillars, which I will explain further before coming to some concluding remarks. So why do we need to get better in making innovation available to all children with cancer in Europe? As you all know, and we've heard that, childhood cancer really remains the #1 cause of childhood death by disease in children over the age of 1. And we haven't had much progress in increasing survival rates over the past decades and have therefore a remaining high unmet medical need really for better and safer treatment options. This is in addition to many drugs still being used off-label, so without any robust data on pharmacokinetics, safety, and efficacy. And addressing this was really the objective of the pediatric regulation, which came into force in 2007 and governs our research and development R&D decision-making as part of the so-called pediatric investigation plans, or PIPs, and has certainly and clearly changed and improved the landscape of pediatric oncology drug development. To give you some numbers, before the regulation, there were only 3 centralized products authorized in Europe in pediatric oncology. Since 2007 until end of last year, there are 16 products authorized, of which 10 are based on pediatric investigation plans. However, and I think that's important to recognize, there remains an inequality in terms of access to innovation compared to adults. That is, in terms of delay in time between first-in-adult and first-in-child studies of innovative products, but also in terms of time between initial adult marketing authorization and a pediatric indication. And when comparing the 16 pediatric indications authorized since 2007 to the adult denominator of around 160 authorizations granted in that time frame, I think this becomes even more clear. So there really is a remaining challenge to be addressed in research and development priorities and access to innovation for children with cancer. What are the challenges we need to address in order to improve this situation, which I hope also gives you an understanding already now of how and with whom we need to work. Looking at it from a drug development perspective, whether this is an academic or a commercial developer or researcher, this usually starts with the conceptual challenge of, is a product based on its mechanism of action really able to address an unmet medical need and in which population? Leading to the next question of what's the most appropriate study design, within that population, generating best possible data to support access. And finally, how do we operationalize such development in as many countries as fast as possible, appreciating really all the different regulations and regulatory frameworks under which to work. I hope you can appreciate with that in order to address these challenges, we really have to work together. From a regulatory perspective, when discussing drug development proposals as part of pediatric investigation plans, as I mentioned, governed through the pediatric regulation, we have to acknowledge, given the rarity of the disease and the diseases, it's usually a global endeavor, and that our decision-making should not take place in isolation and out of context, while at the same time, we as regulators are not able to prioritize, and that is really taking into consideration that very often there are many products available for development for a certain disease or within a class, but only very few patients available globally. And at the same time, acknowledging that the regulatory agreement on a PIP and a subsequent approval is only really one step in the overall chain of decision-making, leading eventually to access for patients. To disentangle all these challenges and complexities, I think we need to collaborate and work together within the spirit of shared responsibilities. And by we, I really mean all stakeholders involved in the process. We need to engage to ensure developments are prioritized, for the most promising product to be evaluated first, where the unmet need is highest. Decided based on science, I think that's key. Ensuring that such studies, are then designed adequately to address and to generate the best possible data for decision makers, not only regulators, but also health technology assessment bodies, HTAs, and that these studies are then initiated timely and without unnecessary delay and available to all. I hope, again, you appreciate that we all play a distinct role here and have a distinct responsibility in order to achieve our overall objective to really increase timely access to innovation for children with cancer. Now, with that in mind, let me move to the how. How do we at the EMA address the issue and foster focused R&D efforts within the existing regulatory frameworks? And I would like to group the EMA Initiative C into 3 key pillars: supporting multi-stakeholder engagement, strengthening international regulatory cooperation, and building capacity. And all the 3 pillars really building on initiatives which include the theme of collaboration and cooperation. Starting with the first, multi-stakeholder engagement, Pediatric Oncology Strategy Forums organized by Accelerate, a multi-stakeholder platform in close collaboration with the EMA, really have become an important backbone of successful multi-stakeholder engagement in pediatric oncology, strongly supported by the agency. The first forum was held end of 2017, and we're now approaching an anniversary with its 10th meeting planned for October this year, hosted at the EMA premise. Really created.
Sorry, we lost the slides actually. So, oh, yeah, we were just at the first pillar. Yeah, we can.
Good. Yes. Can you see it back? Perfect.
We're back to Accelerate.
Excellent, lovely. That's great. So Pediatric Oncology Strategy Forums have really become an important backbone of successful multi-stakeholder engagement in pediatric oncology. And as said, in October, we are approaching the 10th meeting and are hopefully able to host it at the EMA premise. And these forums were really created to facilitate early dialogue, provide a safe space for science-driven discussions between all stakeholders on product developments, either within a certain disease or class of compounds, with the objective to prioritize based on the ability of an innovation to address unmet medical needs, and the ultimate goal, this leading to focused and sequential development efforts across compounds and across companies, really to enhance acceleration and using all the available resources in the interest of the patients. And over the past years, together, we and with me, I really mean all stakeholders involved, have shown that these discussions are able to catalyze innovation. Examples here are 2 platform trials in pediatric AML, the PEDAL or UPAL initiative, and in mature B-cell malignancies, the GLOBE-NHL platform, 2 platform studies sponsored by academia, with involvement of multiple companies, really offering an opportunity to ensure the most promising agents are prioritized for development in these rare populations with high clinical need. And I'm happy also to be able to share with you that both platforms had EMA scientific advice and qualification advice respectively already. Discussions also enabled finding consensus on what would be considered standard of care in certain populations, such as certain relapsed refractory disease settings, supporting global development, global participation in respective clinical trials for these patients, and also an important sort of step forward. But most importantly, from a regulatory perspective, it enabled prioritization discussions between academia and industry, which are subsequently and have shown subsequently to be able to support regulatory decision-making on mandated development plans governed by the pediatric regulation. And prioritization here really being an exercise which is acknowledged needing to continue beyond initial discussions, but need to be a living exercise, as of course evidence evolves over time, and that's something which is, for example, embedded also in the concept of the GLOBE-NHL platform trial. Coming to the next pillar of international regulatory cooperation. Again, bearing in mind pediatric oncology drug development is usually a global endeavor, and acknowledging the need for developers to really fulfill certain pediatric regulatory requirements globally, emphasized again through recent changes in the US regulation. There's a clear need for further international regulatory cooperation using well-established existing infrastructures, such as the monthly cluster calls taking place between regulatory agencies from the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan. And together with our colleagues in the US Food and Drug Administration, FDA, we called for simultaneous submission of mandated development plans in pediatric oncology, and subsequently published a joint reflection on what we consider common issues we came across as insufficient when reviewing development plan applications, really all with the intent to facilitate early focused discussions of proposed developments of novel agents at our monthly pediatric cluster calls, with the objective to foster regulatory coordination on global development efforts. And acknowledging the differences in the regulations between the US and Europe, nonetheless, importantly, something which we do not consider being a hurdle for such coordinated discussions between regulators. And strengthening, such early discussions between regulators can really assure timely initiation of early phase studies and a coordinated approach to later phase developments globally. And since publication, we have seen this already been taken up by industry over the last year at a number of cases. Coming to the last pillar, which I summarized broadly with capacity building, reflecting now more on initiatives across functions of the network in place to really support R&D efforts and regulatory science evolution in general, but which I believe are equally important and provide synergies, clearly also benefiting pediatric oncology drug development. And I've just listed a few here, so this is by no means an exhaustive list of initiatives and pathways through which the agency supports developers, such as the Innovation Task Force or the more formal scientific advice, but initiatives which directly address challenges of clinical research in children by really building capacity in a collaborative approach. And to name here, the European Network of Pediatric Research at the EMA and PRIMA, which aims to facilitate studies in order to increase the availability of medicines for children. For example, recently just published a recommendation for trial preparedness, reflecting on considerations for trial sponsors facilitating more timely completion of pediatric clinical studies. Of course, I have to mention the clinical trial regulation, which came into application just a few days ago on the 31st of January, harmonizing the submission, assessment, and the supervision of clinical trials in Europe with its backbone, the clinical trial information system, a single entry point for sponsors and regulators for submission and assessment of clinical trial data, including a search function for healthcare professionals, patients, and the general public, really part of a broader initiative to transform the clinical trial environment in Europe. And in that context, to also mention the Accelerating Clinical Trials in the EU, ACT-EU initiative, launched by the European Commission, the heads of medicines agencies, and the EMA to further develop Europe as a focal point for clinical research. And I believe contributing really towards facilitating broader and more timely access to innovation for patients. Appreciating the need for harmonized and robust data collection beyond clinical trials, acknowledging or including long-term safety data collection, really to improve our knowledge of biology, diagnosis, or treatment outcomes, which should eventually be fit for purpose, to also support regulatory and HTA decision-making is, I think, a key area for capacity building in pediatric oncology. Some would call this generating and using real-world evidence. To further support this in general, the agency recently provided support for the establishment of high-quality registries. And following on to this theme, the agency published a list of regulatory science research needs based on identified existing gaps that need to be addressed to further enable access to innovation. And amongst this list are research topics, such as supporting the conduct of targeted studies, to advance pediatric medicinal product development through characterization of natural history, identification of genotypic and phenotypic subpopulations, or to advance the understanding of operating characteristics of Bayesian methods. Both, I think, in times of increasing biomarker-driven developments leading to even more, smaller subpopulations, something of great importance to be worked on for pediatric oncology. And lastly, I think none of what I reflected on under the 3 pillars can be really achieved without all relevant actors being familiar with the specificities of pediatric oncology drug development, but also the regulatory environment in which pediatric oncology drug development is conducted within Europe and globally. And this is something, we address through dedicated educational activities within the regulatory network as part of our EU Network Training Center, EORTC, but also by being involved actively in educational initiatives led by academia, for example, by being part of a curriculum of a pediatric oncology masterclass, but also, as part of educational activities driven by Accelerate. And to finally conclude, we continue to strongly support and build on the success of multi-stakeholder discussions, particularly but by pushing not only to consolidate, but also by pushing to broaden it to also include health technology assessment bodies, really appreciating, as reflected earlier, that the regulatory approval is just one step to access. Because we would like to ensure that we agree on mandated development plans which generate the best possible data to ultimately also support access decision-making. And personally, I believe multi-stakeholder engagement will remain a key pillar for success, and that's really regardless of how a revised pediatric regulation will look like in the future. And we have built a strong relationship with our US colleagues at the US FDA, and we will continue to deepen it, and acknowledging, of course, the differences there are of the respective regulatory frameworks under which we operate. But we see this as a starting point only, and would like to broaden it up to systematically also include other regions into our content discussions. And lastly, I think there's a strong appreciation that we need to continue building capacities together and continue to be open to engage, to evolve science further and share knowledge build and provide fit-for-purpose support to all involved to really bringing innovation to children with cancer faster. And we at the agency are very much committed to doing so within our remits, and we have taken up this responsibility, I believe, under the 3 pillars as I've sort of outlined, and are committed to continue building on it in the future. And I'm seeing a small mistake here. I have to apologize for that. This should read engagement with patient, parents, researchers, developers, and clinicians. But with that, I would like to thank you all very much for the attention and look forward to the discussion.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We can applaud your presentation, and it shows really well how much of this pediatric field is an excellency for collaboration and in the stakeholder discussion, in the regulator discussion, and in the research community and care actor involvement and collaboration as you show it. We will take questions from the audience in that room, but also from the connected audience. And just recalling that you can send message, you can send a question as much as you want. We will try to address them as much as possible to Dominic, and we will have some times for that. But maybe just a few questions before going to the audience. If I ask that question primarily, it was also because it's important that you express from your personal experience how much this field is a field with a collaborative approach as the soul, of work in pediatric. As you told me, it's a field of action where you have not much revenue, where you had a quite limited regulation, so you have no other issue than collaborating, actually. And so it happened a lot. Accelerate is a major and impressive example of collaboration. The new regulation is going to come in a few months. What kind of frame this collaborative dynamic existing for years, for giving solution to the absence of regulation sometimes, to the absence of funding sometimes. What frame this collaborative disposal like Accelerate should take in that new regulation? And will that new regulation change the priorities of this collaborative structure existing?
Thanks. That's a very, very good question with sort of lots of different themes in. I think, as I said, I think regardless of how a regulation or how the future regulation will look like, I think multi-stakeholder engagement will continue to remain key and the only way to success. Equally, you know, I think I'm not in a position to comment in terms of, you know, how a regulation sort of then eventually should look like. But I think from you know, what we've learned through experience is that, you know, there's a need for a stick and a carrot. You know, otherwise I don't think we will see innovation in areas, as you said, where there's no real money to make. And the stick and the carrot sort of will need to be balanced and targeted well to really enhance development efforts in therapeutic areas with no sort of, you know, real market, like in pediatric oncology. And you know, sometimes I would have wished that under the, you know, that the starting point to discuss, you know, pediatric development efforts in oncology would not be the adult condition. Sometimes I, you know, would have wished that this would be truly mechanism of action based. And I think, you know, that together, you know, appreciating that and sort of acknowledging that, and taking that in addition to other sort of, you know, funding initiatives, particularly with regard to clinical research, you know, is I think really important in order to move the field forward here, and with the key challenge, I think, to ensure that all the research activities, you know, through all the different streams, you know, whether that's public funded, through public-private partnerships, you know, or you know, and or done to fulfill regulatory requirements, and therefore also an interest of industry to participate and contribute. I think that all these different streams are complementary, and that we, you know, ensure that they provide synergies to really moving science forward here without duplicating.
The moment is an important moment for pediatric in oncology, because there's the revision of this regulation coming. There's also a lot of dynamic ongoing, as you said, but it's also a time of new challenges. And one of these challenges is the rising consideration of long-term sequels, because the children with cancer, once cured, comes to be adults, and that they can have sequels, but decades afterwards. And how to follow them, how to prevent these sequels at the most. This is a new challenge for the oncopediatric community. What is needed now the most to address and to prevent these long-term sequels?
That's a very important point you make, and a very, very important issue. And I think it's you know, I think it's something where we should you know, get together and through really further coordination and collaboration between all relevant stakeholders. And what I mean with that is really building on and further developing fit-for-purpose long-term safety follow-up registries, and sort of ensuring that this is done within an environment allowing us to connect infrastructures, to share data, allowing us to develop common data elements, and then ensuring that data collected are fit for purpose. And when I say fit for purpose, for everyone, at most the patients, as well as all other stakeholders. And here, thinking as a regulator, such long-term safety data generated over years and decades should also be able to support, pharmacovigilance-related decision-making, which are, also mandated requirements for industry. And I'm mentioning this because I think, we don't want to duplicate work and efforts. Again, I think we should be able to come together and create a solution where all can benefit from.
Questions to Dominic from the audience in the room, and if you can present yourself firstly. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
The first time it doesn't work, and after the mic is working.
And you push it and it's okay. Gilles Vassal from Gustave Roussy. I think there is a message from the excellent talk by Dominic Carès, beyond pediatric oncology. Behind the word multi-stakeholder engagement, there is a message, yes, it is feasible to work together, industry, regulatory people, patient advocates, survivors, and academia, in a way that we can move the needles. And it does not apply only to pediatric oncology. We are just showing that it is feasible and it is of value. And this morning you had discussion with Denis LACOMBE as well, where clearly this is a message. There are issues, not everything, but some topic that needs to be addressed all together if we want to move this towards for the sake of the patients. And I think this is, for me, an important message from Dominic, because you are not in the room, childhood cancer experts and so on. The only message we pass is it is feasible, it is of value, and we can really move the needle. And the other thing that we are very pleased now with that we are working with health technology assessment, because this is the next barrier. It's good to have drugs approved for children with cancer, not enough, and we need a new pediatric regulation to improve, accelerate the development of the right drugs, but we also need to address how this medicine will be accessible, affordable, available across Europe for all children. And this is the next barrier, as mentioned by Dominic, that we are starting to work with HTAs. And this is very important because it will be in the new HTA regulation. That is not only for pediatric cancer, but it will concern everyone. And I think there is a real opportunity in the field of oncology really to look at how to best work with HTA as well.
As to be known that half of the national cancer plan in Europe don't have pediatric chapter in their
you're absolutely right. One of the issues is that mobilization commitment at the member state level, including in each national cancer control plan, a chapter, a plan dedicated to children and young people, because we are looking at children, adolescents, and young adults.
Questions in the room to Dominic, if there are some. There's questions also online, and you can just feel free to send me questions. I read the questions. We've seen that against COVID, clinical trials were so fast, even for children. How can we accelerate childhood clinical research against cancer? That's a large question.
Indeed, but I mean, very important. And I hope I have sort of tried to and I hope I gave you some sort of examples here. I think it's collaboration, as I said, under the umbrella of sort of capacity building infrastructures. And I think here the new clinical trial regulation will really hopefully also contribute in that regard in the future. But I think it's working together and using what is available there in terms of potential synergies, reach out and I think then there are ways to really make a difference in that regard.
There's in that multi-stakeholder collaboration one very specific yet very important actor in pediatric. It's the patients, because the patients are mainly not the patients but the parents of the patients, and they played an important role in all this, the building and the animation of all these collaborative dynamics actually. What's your point of view? What's their major contribution to the evolution of the situation and the treatments in pediatric oncology, and what can be done to integrate them more than they are now done?
Yeah, I mean, to your first part of the question, I think a very short answer. I think patient and parent involvement is so key to what we do, to level set us on a regular basis, to remind us all about our common objectives and why we, do this and why we should do this and why there is this societal obligation to really get better in curing all children with cancer. And that's something I've personally experienced always as very important throughout the years. And to your second question, how could they be more integrated? I think, patient and parents should, I think, be more systematically included in development activities, but particularly in protocol development, for example. And that's already happening a lot in pediatric oncology, but I think that there's still room for improvement and to get better. And in that regard, coming back to the clinical trial regulation, there now, as part of submitting your protocol, that there will be the question: have you engaged patient and parents when designing your protocol, your patient informations, and so on and so forth? So I think that's really something which I hope will further catalyze much more the systematic sort of inclusion of patient and parents in that regard.
Are there some other questions in the room? Oh, there's one question on the internet. There is still the need to use a lot of label in pediatric oncology. Can you comment on the efforts to get them on label, despite sometimes the non-collaboration of the company that holds the MA?
Thanks. Very, very specific question. There is indeed an obligation for marketing authorization holders to submit to the EMA data from completed studies as part of so-called Article 46 for the agency, then to assess these data to see that these are included into the label. But this is sort of industry-sponsored studies. So yes, absolutely. I think that there continues to be a need to collaborate, so that really all data generated as part of clinical research becomes available to prescribers and patients eventually.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to you, Dominique Carrez. We can applaud you very much. On peut applaudir très fort Dominique Carrez pour son...
That's a round of applause for Mr. Carrez.
Sa présentation le laisse retourner à ses obligations à l'étranger, là où il se trouve, et on va passer à notre masterclass suivante,
and we'll now talk about the next masterclass.
L'action commune est aussi essentielle. On va parler de prévention. Alors pour aller au-devant des 40% de cancers jugés évitables, l'action conduite à l'échelle nationale, au plus près des cultures locales, au plus près des changements de comportement individuels.
So we know that collaboration requires a change of behavior, a change in cooperation, but also we need prevention, more prevention. We'll see it with joint actions tomorrow, but also with discussions on good practices. At the European level, this common action requires also a standardization in practices, but also in deterring taxation. That was also the case for tobacco. We mentioned it earlier. How can the European dimension have an impact? There are a lot of price disparities that can be very significant. We need to fill the gap. So the director of the Smoke-Free Partnership will now take the floor. Thank you.
Anka, your organization is well known as, I would say, the voice speaker at the European level about the danger of tobacco. This is a claim for years. This is a claim for really a big involvement, days and days, years and years at the European level, and you federate different structures in Europe on this fight. Your claim for this masterclass will be the revision of the taxation policy on cigarettes. I would say this is not such a new issue. I mean, in the fight against cancer, the taxation issue is ongoing for years and years. Why is it for you so reluctant to strengthen some more this taxation now and in the years to come?
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, distinguished guests. It's a very good question. Tobacco is probably the deadliest product that not enough is being done about for many decades now. To your question, why is not enough being done? I can only return the question, why is not enough being done? Because it's so obvious. I'm looking at tobacco use is the first pandemic. Let's make it clear, it's killed already over 100 million people. It kills 8 million people a year, 750,000 Europeans. So why? I don't know why we are here, and this is why you see the slide on your screen. I am representing the Smoke-Free Partnership, and we are a coalition of over 50 organizations working in public health and tobacco control across the European region. And we all work in partnership to lobby, to advocate. When it's industry, we call it lobby. When it's public health, we call it advocacy. And it's an important moral distinction. To end tobacco. This is our end game, and this is an aspiration that is now and has now been shared by the European Union, by the European Commission, and Madame la rapporteure par vous aussi. We work also in partnership with our sister organization, the European Network for Smoking and Tobacco Prevention, who is also represented in this room, and thank you. We do the advocacy part, and ENSP does the exchange of practices and supporting national organizations. It's a very good question. I think the simple answer to your question, why is not enough being done, has to do with the huge economic power of the tobacco industry and with how good they are at fighting regulation, at deceiving, at lying, at misrepresenting, at changing themselves, changing their spots like leopards, quite so, at preying on young people, at hooking kids to become, faithful customers, loyal customers for much shorter lives. So we are here to tell policymakers, we are here to tell health organizations that this must end. So I think our plaidoyer, our ask is exactly the opposite to what the tobacco industry is asking for. They want business, we want them out of business.
To understand better the importance of this fight, can you give us some indication about what's the cost of tobacco today? I mean, Jérôme Salomon told a little bit about it. Can you recall it? It's even though it's recalling and recalling, yes. It's important.
Yes. There is the money cost. There's the fiscal cost. I have some figures on the screen. They are unfortunately not very up to date. They're over 10 years old because there's just not enough investment in studies to assess the up-to-date costs. I have some figures for France. What I see here is that the costs of tobacco as of 2020 were of about 25 billion euros, when the fiscal receipts were about 16 billion. And that's just economic cost. Okay, this is double what we would have had multiple. This is European figures as of 2010. By now in France, the estimated costs are almost at the level of the European costs that we had. And you know, we're looking at 10 million life years lost prematurely. 10 million lives. That, you can put a figure to it. That's about €500 billion. €500 billion. The figures are so big that you almost don't engage with them on a human level. It just becomes statistics, and it's scandalous.
To fight that, there is something which happens to be the taxation policy. Why is it the good options for you? Why is it the best options, I would say, because it's not the only one?
It's not the only one, but it's really important, and it's happening now. We are expecting a proposal to advance tobacco taxation at European level in just a few months' time. It will be on the desk of the French presidency. It's not the only measure, but it is the single most effective measure to prevent kids from taking up smoking and to encourage smokers, tobacco users, to quit. Most tobacco users do not want to use tobacco, but it's so addictive, it's hard to quit.
This is the importance of taxation. Yet, the importance that you have now is to review the legislation on taxation. Why is it important? Why are there still problems existing on these taxation policies, as they are existing in all countries?
The reason is the European Union sets a minimum tax. And then beyond that, each member state can do more. So if we're looking a little bit at the taxes, the red line is the minimum tax in Europe. And you see a lot of the countries in the last 10 years have gone from under the minimum to the minimum. So it's quite clear that EU legislation raises the floor, but it doesn't have to stop the ceiling. And we see a lot of European countries that have gone beyond the limits of EU legislation. It's fiscal powers, they have the absolute freedom to do that. And we've arrived to countries that have tobacco prices up to 10 euros a pack, 13 euros a pack, where we also see an accompanying trend of a reduction in tobacco consumption. We see it. It's happened, the first time this has been noticed was in France. Between the 70s and the 90s, prices went up, consumption went down. And we're still not there yet.
There's this problem of taxation that you told me about. I think it's around €3 in Lithuania. It's around €30,
Absolutely.
13 euros in Ireland. So it's a big difference.
Yes.
It makes really problem of cross-border. I mean, sell and buy things.
Absolutely.
Not traffic, but consummation.
Yes, and this shows we've selected some neighboring countries, right? So you have a cluster with Finland, Estonia, Latvia. As you can see in Finland, the price is double compared to its neighboring countries. I'm talking about land borders because we live in an internal market. There are no borders. Trade is free. So, of course, if you knew that you just have to travel 20 kilometers to buy a TV at half the price, of course you would do it. And so you do the same with your tobacco. Except because tobacco is small and it fits in a trunk, there will be people who take their car, fill the trunk in the neighboring country, and then go and sell it back on the black market in their country of origin. In France and its neighbors, it's the third set of columns. Again, almost double the price in Spain. 50% over Luxembourg and Belgium. There are cross-border hotspots, really, where this happens. There is a European Commission initiative to address the act of cross-border shopping and hopefully also address online shopping, which is still allowed in some countries, not all. Most actually do not allow online shopping of tobacco. And that is a fiscal administration issue. The question is, how do you control free trade? I don't know if it's okay, but tobacco is a special product. And the reason tobacco has excises attached to it is because of the need to offset the negative externalities of the product. It causes disease, it causes costs, productivity losses, death. Therefore, excises exist to try and compensate society by taxing smokers. Let's be clear, taxes on tobacco are paid by smokers. We should be talking about what is the tobacco industry paying, and I'm sure we'll get to that as well. So there is a rationale for restricting the cross-border trade of this product, which is taxed specifically to compensate the society that it hurts. So what we are asking is for much stronger, stricter limits to what is allowed to be bought across borders. The simplest way should be, and I'm asking because it's complicated to enforce. You're not going to stop all the cars who cross the street, right? But the simplest way to be is to ask ourselves, well, a regular smoker, how many cigarettes do they need to buy in one go? A pack? 10 packs? A box, a pallet of, I don't know, 1,000 packs? What is the limit? And what is reasonable to expect for smokers to buy? And that should be the limit for any purchase of tobacco, really.
Which means that there will be this regulation will occur to all countries, actually.
Exactly.
It has to be.
Exactly. But now, whether that is going to be proposed, it remains to be seen. But in my view, this is the easiest to implement, really, limits on buying.
There's another limitation of taxation, which is one is cross-border. If it's too expensive in your country, you go to the next country. If it's too expensive on cigarettes, well, you have other smoking products to go to, and they're so less expensive. So, what's the deal?
Yes. There is a substitution effect. This graph looks at the difference between the prices of cigarettes and roll your own, which are, perfect substitutes or imperfect substitutes to each other. They have the same profile. They have generally the same tastes. The difference is you make your own rolled cigarettes. As you can see, in every single European country, there is a difference in the price, meaning when cigarette prices go up, if there is not a matching increase in roll your own prices, a lot of users smoke. And that diminishes the health impact of tobacco taxation, and it diminishes the fiscal impact of tobacco taxation, because you'll have the same number of smokers, but your revenues won't go up despite increasing taxes. So what we are also asking, and it's very important, is to equalize the tax levels between roll your own and cigarettes, and more broadly between all tobacco products and cigarettes, because it doesn't really make sense to have products with preferential treatment as long as the harm is known.
One thing, and you spoke about it a few minutes ago, is it's important to tax, but it's a bit strange to tax the user and not to tax the producer, actually, because the problem is the product, so the problem is the producer. Can it be also taxation on the industrial, and what are the main regulatory difficulties that are ongoing to have taxes to the industrial themselves?
Well, I would say there are not really difficulties in taxing the industry. But let's be clear, okay? Nobody likes taxes. So I'm here defending a very unpopular policy measure. I'm saying, let's raise taxes. Yay, I'm not going to be anybody's best friend, but that's okay. Companies don't like taxes. What's important to also know is that the tobacco industry is particularly good at opposing taxes. So you have the excises, which are taxes on consumption. They get passed 100% to the consumer. They make up most of the price of the tobacco. But anyway, the rest is VAT, and there are other taxes, but they're all paid by the consumer. And then there are the standard corporate taxes, which the tobacco industry evades, just like every other industry, to be fair. There's this, tax evasion competition globally, really. But the tobacco industry does not get penalized for killing people. Okay, there's no difference between the tobacco industry, the newspaper industry, the pharma industry, and how the sector is taxed. And that is why, and I have not yet mentioned the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. The Framework Convention on Tobacco Control is a global treaty, and it sets obligations for its parties, including France, including the European Union and all of its members, to address tobacco, to take measures to end the tobacco epidemic. Article 19 of the Convention sets an obligation to examine ways of corporate liability. So to introduce some kind of liability, levies, taxes, to make the actual sector pay for the damage it causes. Now, we also have environmental taxes, which are linked to plastic filters. They're not linked to the pollution caused by plastic filters, like the chemical pollution, only about the plastic pollution and the collection. And as a coalition, we've got some issues with how those are done as well. But there is no liability. So in the US, they've had lawsuits, and the tobacco industry was made to pay. In the EU, there has not yet been such a mechanism yet, and there is no liability equivalent, and we would really like to see that thought out in the next few years.
Until that, the only option is to work on taxation themselves. Absolutely. And work on the convergence of taxations.
Yes.
How can it be done? Because, I mean, do you want to raise tax in all countries, which will be difficult for the one who have low taxes and the one who have high taxes? Or do you want just to raise the taxes of the countries that have low taxes? What should be the convergence calculation?
Well, first I have to say I'm not an economist, but at SFP we work with a group of amazing economists, and you might see some of them thanked in some of my, my slides. We have proposed, as part of our campaign on taxation, a number of mechanisms. Let's just say this, actually raising the minimum EU tax is the simplest way of going about it, because it automatically raises the floor. So it will automatically raise the taxes and the prices in the cheapest countries. What we are proposing, however, is to go a step beyond that. And what we're asking EU member states is to make a commitment of coordination on tobacco taxation, of coherence, of reducing cross-border or at least immediate cross-border tax and price differences, and of being good neighbors, really not competing unfairly on tax like some of France's neighbors might be thought of doing. So what we've proposed is this. One, some mechanisms to increase the convergence of prices based on the European weighted average price. The European weighted average price would be, most simply explained, the total price of all the cigarettes or any category sold in a year divided by the number of units that is calculated for. So it's a sort of moyenne of some kind. The European weighted average price being as a basis, we say, let's agree that the tax will be a minimum of 60% of that. And that will take us to a certain level of price. Of course, then we also had to think, okay, this would be, the ideal situation, because that would in time lead to an equalization of prices. But we still have purchasing power differences in Europe. So we also try to look at it with an intermediary step of taking affordability into account and sort of allowing countries with less GDP per capita, less purchasing power, to take a little bit more time towards convergence, recognizing that tax increases are not the most popular policies, although they can always blame the EU. So, they can agree in Brussels and then blame Brussels. So that's the sort of mechanism. The other thing that we're asking member states to do is to agree to raise prices regularly by a certain amount of, a certain percentage above inflation, so that tobacco becomes less and less affordable over time and less interesting over time. I'm realizing, but because this is tobacco, I'm realizing this is a good thing that I'm saying. We want to make stuff more expensive because it's tobacco and it kills people. The third thing that we want is to, the next thing that we want is to apply the same system to all tobacco products. Roll your own, heated tobacco products, and all of these niche products that keep sort of eating a little bit more and more into cigarettes because they're so much cheaper. And then we're also thinking of tax administration measures, and I've already talked about cross-border, but also using the illicit trade mechanisms, such as the EU tracking and tracing system, to control for anomalies in the volumes sold, especially in the border, land border regions between countries and jurisdictions. Ideally, we'd also like to see a licensing system so that not everyone, in France it's easy because there is a licensing system, but most European countries don't have one. There's no buraliste system in every European country. So these are our general proposals. And this is a simulation of what it would mean for the hotspots that I've mentioned. So if you look at France, you see already how in the green scenario with affordability adjustment, how the Luxembourg prices would go up quite a lot and quite immediately. And of course, you know, Luxembourg sells about 5 times, I'm sorry, Luxembourg, but you do sell 5 times more cigarettes than you consume. So there is something, you know, wrong in there. But it would also increase overall the prices, and not by a huge amount everywhere, in some hotspots.
One thing that is always said when it comes to raising the taxation is, okay, let's do it, but who's going to pay for it? The smokers.
Yes.
But which smokers are going to pay for it? The poor person, the precarious person, because they are the ones who are smoking a lot, who are the less engaged in the prevention action, and who have the less money for smoking, and they don't have any option than to go on smoking. You say it cannot be an efficient policy if not a global policy, meaning it's not only taxation, but how to really support prevention to this population, as it's been a long time and a long story ongoing, and the results are really low.
Well, what I hear you saying is tobacco taxation is a regressive policy. It punishes. You know what? Tobacco is regressive. Tobacco itself. So in this case, in my view, in our view, 2 regressives make a good thing, because poorer populations are more susceptible to prices, and so they will smoke less or they will stop. And of course, this isn't enough, because it does feel like a punishment. So it's very important to accompany increases in tobacco taxes and increases in tobacco prices with measures to support smokers in quitting through the national systems, through the universal care that we have here in Europe. And investing a small part of that money into tobacco cessation support, absolutely. And this is probably the only sustainable tobacco control measure that actually costs anything. Everything else is free. So, yes, absolutely. If this is the only thing that we invest in supporting tobacco control, I'm sorry, but this is, I had a slide with the WHO best buys. This is a fantastic buy.
It is indeed, and it needs to have a conviction to build this kind of plan. It needs also something else, which is, I would say, a proper and a fair consultation and dialogue frame at the European level. Last summer, the report of the Corporate Europe Observatory, Smoke and Mirrors, pointed the weakness of transparency and the importance of lobbies at the union level still on. Is this a major issue for you, and what can you wish to have a more transparent frame for negotiations? Because this has to be implemented, and to be implemented, it has to have the good frame of negotiation and transparency.
Well, first of all, let me just say this has been a major issue for us in general in the tobacco control community, and we have been working with Corporate Europe Observatory on that report and on several others before and since. Since 1950, since the 1950s, when the danger of tobacco was starting to be known, the tobacco industry has been the single opponent of effective tobacco control policies. When it was obvious that tobacco kills, they came with filtered cigarettes. When those were starting to lose interest, or that became known, there were slims. Now there's all these novel products with all kinds of health claims.
We know this story. The
Yes.
thing is now on how to improve transparency, and where are the weakness points in that transparency on the action now?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't know necessarily that. Not everyone knows that. And not everyone understands that you cannot trust the tobacco industry. If they say black, it's probably sort of brownish. So the first thing that we want to be doing is education and awareness. And that is a constant process because, unfortunately, there is a certain amount of turnover in policymakers. And secondly, we want very, very strong transparency measures regarding the contacts with the tobacco industry. Everything related to the tobacco industry should be public and should be transparent because the tobacco industry cannot be trusted. And that's why I started with the background. We need to understand we cannot trust them. Therefore, it all has to be out there in the open.
There's some questions coming, so I'm going to take the questions. Does it mean also that there are some points in the European institutions where tobacco representatives shall not be invited, and they are invited still on?
Unfortunately, yes. There are still open doors and not in full transparency within the European institutions. We have a recent report looking mostly at the European Commission and to some extent at the European Parliament, and we have identified a lot of unnecessary contacts, and it took us a long time to find them because they're not transparent. There's no single place where you can find that, and we want to have a single place where the tobacco industry is put into the spotlight, and their spending, their investment, their meetings, their positions are put. And that is a responsibility that, in our view, belongs to policymakers.
Okay. Questions in the audience, questions also online to Anka about the proposal she has, the difficulty to also to achieve and implement these actions. Alors, some questions are in French. I know you speak French. Maybe I will tell them in French because they're really, you've got the longest questions online masterclass. So if it's some of them are quite novels actually. Alors, je vais le dire en français.
So I'll read the questions in French because they are in French. In France, many smokers have low revenues and less access to health prevention actions, especially addictology consultations. This taxation will affect them without them benefiting from the tobacco cessation programs. This increases social inequalities. How can we remedy that? And you answer that question. But there's another question, so I'll read them as I go. So, France, a few things again regarding long-term in France. The daily consumption rate in 2000 was 30%, in 2005 28%, 2010 30%, 29% in 2020. If a decrease has been seen, it's only 4% in 20 years for an increase of 0.07 on the packs. France is also the first European market for tobacco traffic, 15% of consumption. So someone very well informed, apparently. How can you affirm the efficacy of taxation? Because taxation is important in France, and we see the figures that have not decreased so much. Answer. I can affirm the positive effect of taxation because there has been a decrease, then there have been increases in revenue, and number three, this revenue could lead to higher investment in tobacco cessation support. What we suggest are comprehensive policies, and so we must also recognize the fact that there has been this decrease, that this decrease is continuing, and that from what we know about the history of tobacco control in France, is that a comprehensive policy has been effective in reducing smoking. And so we look also at the long-term image, and we see a trend, and this trend will continue through policies that fight against tobacco.
In the room to Anka, Thomas. Yes, if you can present yourself. I'm sorry, I was... Oh, you have to...
I have to speak. Okay, can you hear me? I'm Thais Rocke. I'm from Terrapanasia. But my question is more like personal. I'm not representing any company here. First of all, thank you so much, Anka, for the presentation and for your hard work, which I think we all have to be thankful for, and grateful also for the kids. So thank you for that. My question is a little bit looking towards the future, or how it could look like. For instance, Prime Minister in New Zealand, she has announced that she would like to ban tobacco from the kids, right? So that kids won't have access to that. So these kids, when they come out of age. But my question is, can you think of a backlash there? So for instance, could we actually envision a future where tobacco would become an off-limits drug? And so hence we would have a backlash in increasing the problems that we have nowadays with drugs, right? So being it violence or black markets, as you have mentioned, and how could we avoid, if you really got it your way, and let's say there's no tobacco, will really there be no tobacco, or are we just going to be a side market and hence an increase in violence? Thank you.
Thank you. The idea is to have a long-term plan that reduces tobacco gradually and sustainably to the point where it becomes irrelevant. That's the simplest way of explaining it. So we're working on the tax issue because it addresses, you know, it helps governments because it replaces revenues lost. And it helps reduce the uptake. But there are other policies as well. We're talking about limiting advertising and promotion, about not making, you know, when you raise your kids, you raise your kids not to smoke, but in an environment that doesn't promote smoking. It's about taking it off the screens. It's about taking it off the streets and out of clubs and restaurants where sometimes it is still allowed in some parts of Europe. So it's a global policy. I'm here to talk about taxes because it's the hot topic right now and it's the first thing that we can do. But we do have a more comprehensive approach to it. So yeah, the point is that it becomes irrelevant, that it becomes so small that if in 20 years it becomes illegal, it won't really make any difference.
Are there some other comments or questions to Anka in the room? There's one question on the internet is, what is your position regarding electronic cigarettes? As we know, I guess that for electronic cigarettes, there is a whole question of categorization. Pharmaceutical product or consumption product. And it's a really divided debate, actually, at the moment. What's your position on that? Shall it be considered as a pharmaceutical product? Then less restricted deployment diffusion, but it could promote a prevention message, or shall it be considered as a consumption product, no prevention message, but a larger scale of distribution?
It's not a complicated question, but it's a tough question, and the simplest answer is, because we're here representing a consensus, or I'm here representing a consensus, and there is no consensus in the scientific and health communities about how to use these things. However, let's just say, we say it's no consensus, but actually there's a lot of consensus, and I'll tell you what the consensus is about. We don't want these things promoted, new products, e-cigarettes, promoted to kids. We do not want these promoted with health claims unless they can be proven. If you make a health claim, prove it with clinical trials. Third, we want these products taxed. There has to be a tax, and it has to be specific, and it has to be significant. There are some other areas where we do not necessarily agree, because there's a cultural aspect, and different countries have taken a different approach to using these products as part of their health policies. And that is where we also believe that some flexibility should be allowed to member states as to how they use these as part of ending tobacco strategies without replacing tobacco with a new epidemic. So it's a tricky question, but we must have an answer to it as a community. And I think what I just said, there's a lot of consensus already, and we do want to have these products covered by regulation, by advertising regulation, by usage restriction regulations, absolutely.
Yet you don't answer completely about whether it got to pharmaceutical or whether it got to consumption product.
Our latest position was pharmaceutical with all the duties attached to it. And it must be said, there are hundreds of thousands of these products, and they're extremely difficult to administer in the current setup. So a much simpler, stricter regulation is going to be needed, yes.
Thank you, Anka Thomas, for this smoking-free masterclass. Thanks to you. Let you go back to the audience. Yes, this way. And we shall continue with the last masterclass of the day. That will be, ce seront, je reviens au français, seront des masterclass.
I will switch back to French. These will be more political masterclasses because this collaboration and this joint work would be also built at the political level. We'll start with the view of an actor who is essential in the design of this strategy. We're talking today, the plan and the mission is the European Parliament. They have made remarkable work with the cancer plan, with the BICA Commission. Many of you followed the work that had 30 MEPs auditioned of 100 experts to give a detailed opinion regarding the challenges and prospects of the European strategy for cancer, with comments, ambitions. To speak about that, we have the pleasure of welcoming the oncologist MEP Véronique Trier-Lenoir. She's with us, and she's the rapporteur of the Special Commission of the European Parliament to beat cancers.
Bonjour Véronique. Merci.
Hello Véronique, thanks for being with us.
Toutes ces conversations depuis ce
You've
matin
been listening to all these discussions since this morning with a lot of interest. I could see it from where I stand.
Plus spécifiquement ce qu'a été le travail de cette mission.
We'll talk about the work performed by the BICA committee on the cancer issues and how Europe can address specific and strong actions on the subject. First of all, before that, there were 30 MPs, between 90 and 100 experts that were auditioned. This is a subject that you know in and out. What struck you the most amidst all the opinions of experts that you've read and also the testimonies from politicians? First of all, thank you for the invitation. Indeed, this special committee enabled MPs from different thematic issues to work together, because there are 20 thematic bodies, to make sure that we can do everything on health, and not only to work with those that are engaged in health only. The main lesson, in my opinion, is the following. First of all, the crossroad between health and politics, and medicine and politics. The Euro MPs, which we were, were inspired, guided, inspired by what they heard from experts, from association representatives, from institution representatives. And I think that the persons that we heard really wanted to convey a message that is not only scientific or medical, but also a political one. And this is why I think that this cross-educational interview was actually very, very interesting. Why is there so much importance in having a crossroads between politics and research for cancer? But because there's a problem also of knowing which one is responsible, if it's European, if it's national. How about this European dimension? Where is it crucial in the fight against cancer? Not in every step, not in every level. Well, this subject has already been tackled somehow this morning. Article 168 that defines the competences of the EU says that EU must ensure the highest level of protection of health in every policy implemented at the EU level. That enables us to do a lot of things. However, it is traditional to think that there are national competencies, that these are prerogatives, and that the EU cannot replace a state, only if the state cannot ensure that on their own. And COVID-19 has shown us how much it was true. The European dimension applies for prevention, for research. We've talked about it. In rare situations where the iconic model is that of child cancer, so prevention relies upon the European Code Against Cancer, supported by the INCA. We, of course, we defend them. As for tobacco, as mentioned, we also support them. But also in the fight against abuse of alcohol, we support them in the field of food consumption. We've talked about taxation. This is a legislative tool that has a lot of constraints, but we also have promotion. We want to ban advertising. We want to have fair, accurate information notices for the potential consumers. And I'm all the more convinced that taxes are important, especially after what I've heard, especially users and consumers. They will make the difference under one condition: they need to be perfectly informed. Prevention includes also the Green Pact. I'm used to saying in a provocative way that the European Green Pact is a huge prevention pact against cancer. It's the fights against air pollution, against environmental carcinogens. So that's an environmental plan which is very important. And then, as regarding prevention, there's also an important field, yet again, something supported by legislation, namely occupational health. We've made a lot of progress recently by working against asbestos, in also protecting the healthcare givers, especially nurses, because they need to be supported, and security needs to be given to them, especially when they deliver anti-cancer drugs. So when we talk about drugs, this is also important: negotiation of prices, access, lack of access. There seems to be a lot to affirm at the community level for the years to come on that field. Well, for drugs, this is where most progress has been achieved recently. We can actually start to talk about a Europe of health, of public health, some say, and I totally agree with that. Drugs are also a model of what we can do. That's actually the red thread of our plan in the fight against inequalities when it comes to health. Just one figure. Today, amidst the different European countries, we have survival discrepancies in the ballpark of 25% from one country to another for the same disease. We are unequal. We are not on the same equal footing in terms of access to high-quality care, of access to innovation, but also in terms of reinsertion. And I'll go back to that. If we talk about drugs, the thing is, we have a European agency, a European Medicine Agency, which gives the authorization to put on the market a specific drug. The 27 European countries, each with their own structures, they have to assess the value of this drug. How could it be different from one country to another? I need explanations. And then the 27, on a bilateral basis, they make negotiations on prices of drugs, each with the health industry. I wonder, really, how can it be a win-win situation when we have 27 negotiations, when we saw with the vaccines that when the EU negotiates with one single voice, they win in responsiveness, in equity, in accessibility. And the last thing is the drug issue is hampered by the reimbursement rate because it's very different from one country to another, especially for cancer. Those anti-cancer drugs are those that are lacking most. We have a lot of procurement tension because we depend a lot on these. And we depend a lot on India and China. This is where we have problems. This has been mentioned several times today. What we would like, and we need time. We also need to have a lot of strength and conviction. This is why we need you, all of you. And this is why we need to create a virtuous circle. The added value of the drug needs to be tackled in a joint manner. This is why I applauded exactly what Gilles Vassal said. The health technology assessment mechanism, I was lucky to be part of the negotiations, and we managed to make sure that the member states could accept that under some circumstances, without any constraint, on a voluntary basis, they can assess drugs together. So it's a first step, and we need to move further, and we could see that with the anti-cancer drugs, they need to be a priority. Once this is known, it's much more simple, in my opinion, to do that with 27 people together and to negotiate with the industry the price, the real value of a drug, and not to have adjustment according to how wealthy a country might be, because there are inequities. And once these negotiations, these joint negotiations have been achieved, it will be more difficult regarding reimbursement because this is a national prerogative, but then we will be better equipped to find the sovereignty we need in terms of essential drugs and innovation. Namely, we need to have production in-house in our own country and become attractive. That's a whole chain of the production in terms of negotiations that you want to re-engineer. I'm not going to talk too much about the beating cancer plan, because we're going to talk about it tomorrow, but I would like to talk about measures that you suggested within BECA that are quite iconic, and some of them are quite specific. One is to have a virtual space of fight against cancer. What would be the field of action, the scope, the remit? We'll talk about the beating cancer plan, of course. Well, whatever name you give it, it's to have a European cancer plan. We can't have, to have a European cancer plan, we can't have the add-up of 27 different national plans. Of course, we don't have an institute in each country, but there's a political approach for the 27 countries. The aim is to do what we often do within the EU, is to have an operational cooperation on a consistent basis between these 27 plans, notwithstanding the ambition of the plan, because this can vary from one country to another. So this plan is perfectly consistent with the Commission. The aim is to combine screening structures, 25 to 85% of participation from one country to another of the EU, and to liaise with, to have registries liaise together. We should have a cancer register in each European country, and to connect also the reference centers that we call the comprehensive cancer centers, that are actually cancer control centers at the national level, and to make sure that they pool their practices, their energies, that they exchange data. And for this virtual cancer institute, we should have another remit beyond exchanges of good practices, but we could have specific missions, such as European prevention campaigns or European screening campaigns. And another good idea of the European Commission is to have the creation of a register on inequalities in the fight against cancer. That is actually in line with what a lot of countries said, because they do need help in terms of coordination. That's one of the important iconic pillars that you are promoting, one of which is the creation of a charter, a European Charter of Patients. What would you like to put in it? What kind of impact would it have? What kind of enforceability would it have for health stakeholders? Well, to go back to your question, the European dimension is first of all prevention, research of rare situations. But we all know that we're far from summing up the whole background of a cancer-affected patient. Whenever he's under national prerogative, something that we have seen in an overwhelming manner during our hearings, the access to screening. It's from 25 to 85% from one country to another, as I said. And information such as having a cancer register, the labeling of products. We have a mechanism that is wonderful in France. The Institute of Cancer has a list of criteria that can say this institute is entitled, via the training of its professionals, the facilities, the multidisciplinarity, to deal with cancer patients. Today's scoop is that the right to forgiveness that was supported by the League Against Cancer, that's the idea of patients, it went from 10 to 5 years. That means that there's a double penalty for the patients who have been cured. France has been one of the first ones to implement it, Portugal recently. So we have 22 European countries that do not offer this possibility. And I'm talking about reinsertion, work reinsertion, fertility data, all this that is national, but I really think that if we just content ourselves with the European Cancer Plan recommendations, this will end us in a dead end. We need to have a commitment, a written one, signed by all the 27 countries, in the first time, by their representatives, depending upon who has the presidency. Right now, it's the French presidency. We need to have a commitment, at least it should be an inducement, to implement measures that could level up the treatment of patients in all the countries, even if the EU can only recommend. That's a charter that would be signed, that would not be enforceable, because there's no way we can do it. But this could be supported by a follow-up committee, something that could help countries to have a follow-up, because sometimes it's difficult to reach up to that kind of level of treatment. Yes, but the committee you're talking about already exists. Olivier Véran has been chairing since the 1st of January the Labor, Health and Consumer Committee that gathers the 27 ministries of health around various issues. So now we have the unique opportunity to have this momentum, this collective momentum, maybe not on all measures, maybe not straight away. We all need our pace. I don't want to make any discrimination, but in Eastern Europe, we are far away from what we have in France. Progressively, these countries can join the group. And the ministers of health are often gathered by Mrs. Telia, who will be there tomorrow. There's also the presence of the permanent executive body with the European Commission and the European Parliament on behalf of the European people, to make sure that things are going to be concrete, to make sure to stir up everything and to make sure that we go in the right direction. What you often say is that we have to promote cancer as a crucial disease on which we have to work together. We have to fight against this all together, because it's a role model. How is it so? This can be used by different member states to improve their health system. It's one of the first mortality causes. In France, it's the second, if I'm not mistaken. But from prevention to cure or to re-inclusion, we have all the dimensions of public health in a way which is which helps us give a pattern. And that actually echoes to what has happened in France recently. We have decision-making processes in a multidisciplinary approach. That's the invention of oncologists, because we need to gather the surgeon, the radiotherapist, the specialist of biology, the specialist of palliative care. And all this practice has been disseminated in all chronic disease treatment, like cardiac insufficiency or kidney insufficiency. they actually have copied them. If we manage to have an ambitious policy, and we'll go back to the ambition that we need to have in the fight against tobacco, abuse of alcohol, malnutrition, sedentarity, we will have won in terms of prevention on all chronic diseases. So, of course, yes, cancer, fighting against cancer is a pattern that is a figurehead and a model for all of the other diseases. The aim is to gather, to act together, to have more ideas, more energy. And what we've heard also is that there's a risk. We do all this in Brussels. This is where discussions, negotiations, lobbying are all important. It's part and parcel of the culture that leads to this as well. Do we need to support this European approach? Do we need more transparency, more dialogue? Should it be strengthened, and where, to make sure that all these aspects of the European dimension be really at the benefit of the patient and the caregivers? Well, these things have been said. Lobbies are not a bad word, you know, and our friend from Smoke Free Partnership has said it. There's no guilt in talking about lobbying. You are a lobby. Lobbies at Brussels levels are perfectly identified. They are registered. And when they meet with a European MP, they are perfectly identified. That's a good way to consider what influence groups exist. Unfortunately, besides that transparent organization, Inca has mentioned it, we have a form of more opaque lobbying, and it's certainly more active and more efficient. Yet it is not transparent. But this is important. In matters such as cancer prevention, we very well know that if for 20 years or 30 years we've had problems making progress, I'm not only talking about tobacco, it's because we have adverse interests. We have lobbies that can be large multinationals, but also corporations that hamper the implementation of public health policies, because until now, health has been in a variable of adjustment with economic, financial, and power-related interests. And that's the fight that we need to conduct with this plan, because the strong measures that we suggest for the reduction of consumption of alcohol, for the labeling, the legible labeling of the food we eat, will have, and we know it, to fight against corporation lobbies, and we'll have association lobbies that will fight against these corporation lobbies and show that what is at stake is stronger, more important than the interests of these corporation lobbies. More often they talk about economic development, and I think we should definitely compare the possible losses related to some food industry, pitted against the sufferance and the economic cost of cancer and its late effects. So there's a lot at stake, and much more. There are actually powers powers that are at stake. 90% of amendments are clearly coming from influence groups of any sort. I know them because I talked with them. I did not sign any of them, but they continue to be disseminated, and we'll have a debate, and we need to have a debate on what a European health law needs to be. If we talk about cucumber sizes, we should have exactly the same requirement for health. That's a subject that has been heard by the Minister of Solidarities and Health when he talked to the members of the European Parliament and asked them to help him to make sure that these norms, these laws be adopted and enacted. Joanna will talk about it in a few minutes, but this has been the desire of all stakeholders. This has been thought out as well by them upstream and also by the European Parliament through the work that you have achieved. Now, it's all about implementation. The BECA committee needed to be set up for this. What do you think about the role of European members of European Parliament should have in the implementation of this plan? Because it's always repeated by the Commission, it's a plan, but this all depends on the member states and their commitment. Obviously, yes. The members of the European Parliament do what I've done today. We need to listen to citizens, and associations of patients do a wonderful job. Associations of consumers do a wonderful job, but also clinicians, researchers, institutions such as the National Institute of Cancer, which is a wonderful role model, but also elected representatives, whose role is to stir up, to kick the ant hill and to work together. The members of the European Parliament need to resist and to resist to lobbies and to know and to sort out the information that is given to them, to know what is true and what is not. All the stakeholders need to converge their efforts. And parliamentaries have a co-legislative power on laws such as tobacco, alcohol, food labels. They are co-legislators, but also there are a go-between between the citizens that elected them and the European institutions and the member states. So we'll now listen to some questions. What would you like to say to those in attendance, both on-site and online, to make sure that they help you in promoting the ambitions you have for BECA and to disseminate your message? What would you like to tell them? First of all, because it's very topical, it's an advocacy to make sure that a public health plan not be embezzled, not be completely eaten out. And this is important when we have a cancer control plan. And I would like to ask all my colleagues, be they clinicians, researchers, or institutionals, Elisabeth did it earlier on, to call upon me and to tell me about issues that might arise. I might not know all of them. I might not be able to address them all, but I might talk about it with other members of European Parliament. The important thing is to have the information disclosed to us. We cannot accept having public health considered as a variable that requires adjustments according to economic interests. So you have mics. Where are the mics? Otherwise, I'll go down. Please introduce yourself, because there were maybe some people this morning that were not here, that do not know you. Thank you for this input, for these strategic guidelines, which are crystal clear. There's one observation on the Observatory of Social Inequalities that's very important. Determinants are also numerous, as you know. How do you expect this role to be played? In the steering at the regional, national, European level, what will be the scope of application of this observatory? And when we talk about cancer centers, the ambition is very strong because 90% of patients need to enter networks. Why 90%? 100% would have been better, would I say, rather than 90%. How do you expect this network to look like? Do you think it will be a network of excellence, or rather minimum requirements will be asked for? Thank you. Thank you. Well, when you mention the Observatory of Social Inequalities, just so that I understand, it's the Register of Inequalities that the European Commission would like to set up. And your mistake actually is very eloquent. Of course, if there are inequalities, there are social inequalities, even though the word social is not mentioned. So this register will, first of all, be a tool to collect information, to gather information on targeted issues such as screening, HPV vaccination, establishment functioning criteria, the right to forgiveness. These are criteria that could be taken into consideration. That's the first step. And then the second one, obviously, would be to try and correct inequalities and address these equalities, bearing in mind that we have to work in fields where the EU theoretically does not have any remit, at least not in an enforceable way. So we need to exchange practices. It's always better when we look at the neighbor and we draw upon the good practices of our neighbors. We copy them. It takes time. It won't be a magic wand, but I think it will be constructive. The second one was on the Comprehensive Cancer Center. I don't know where the 90% comes from. Again, where the whole program is actually based upon the French system. We need to have criteria that will be shared among the member states that enable to identify the health establishments in which it would be opportune to go when we have cancer, with quality criteria and also quantity criteria, even though I don't like quantity criteria. And the second here is to make sure that in each member state we have at least one cancer center that would be a reference center. We're not talking about France or Germany, where we have 10 of them. We're talking about countries where we need to identify and outline centers where not all patients would go, but at least, based upon the French model, we would have a network that would liaise with other accredited or authorized centers. So the idea of a health institute is all about this. I have another remark. Yes, sir.
Joost Dusseling, European Nutrition for Health Alliance. First of all, congratulations with the adoption of the BECA report. Well done. It has clear added value to Europe's Beating Cancer plan. And my question is about, I think implementation is the key word today, and maybe even an implementation gap, or at least the risk of an implementation gap. That we have a lot of plans and budget, and now we fear, will it
fight for patients' health and public health in general. Thank you, and I will come to your question on implementation later, to remind us how much patients' empowerment is important. I have forgotten to talk about health literacy, which is really a priority of our plan. Concerning the implementation, well, the European institutions have a government. It is the European Commission. The European Commission, who has produced a plan which is very much inspiring our answer, is in charge of finding financement, but also indicators to make sure that implementation is here, both on the legislative aspects and on the more national aspects, depending on recommendations. So they are our guarantee that implementation is looked at. The Parliament, as I said, has the ambition to kind of continue the work of the BECA committee and have a group of very committed MEPs to make sure that nothing is forgotten, that the citizens are happy, the patients' associations are okay, etc. And I do think that this work on implementation, again and again, will require the strong involvement of consumers, patients, and their associations.
On avait une question.
Bonjour, we have a question. Julia Petraolo. I work from Unicancer, the National Federation of Fighting Against Cancer. I had a question on the chip card, the Survivor Smart Card. That's a very useful initiative for those that have survived cancer. But I wonder what will be, how accepted will it be by the different patients, because there's a multiplication of initiatives to follow up patients who have survived cancer. We have a lot of apps. So, how will it unroll, really? That's a very technical question. In general, survivors' support, may it be for children or also for adults, is an important concern of the European Commission and the European Parliament. I will let certainly Gilles Vassal talk about the children and John Hyan talk about this Survivor Smart Card initiative, but the underpinning idea is that there are 12 million survivors of cancer in Europe. These are people that alert on the fact that return to normal life is hampered by a lot of obstacles that we need to break down. We have another question.
John aussi. John parlera. John aussi.
Actually,
I didn't want to talk about the survivors' chip card.
Véronique, for the strong message of cooperation between member states.
And the question is, Véronique, you've talked about 3 topics: European prevention, research.
What is the vision of the Parliament, the BECA, on the next 10 years for the rare cancers, which represent 20% of all cancers in children and in adults?
So, in a more limited matter, when I talk about rare cancers, in an emblematic way, because it's a pattern-providing idea, but sorry if I forgot to talk about teenager and adult rare cancers and rare cancers in general. Olivier Véran will say tomorrow how much it is a concern for the French EU presidency, and there will be an important event on the 28th of February on rare diseases. The issue of rare diseases joins that of rare diseases in general. Deficit of expertise, isolation of patients, isolation of doctors, and problems of being connected with others on pluridisciplinarity, on research, on finding the right drugs. Rare diseases, rare situations are complex, and at the European dimension they have a tool, the European Reference Network, which is a network of networks of experts aiming at sharing knowledge and clinical trials and aiming at interacting with patients' associations. This should actually be funded and continue to be funded so as to enroll for other types of situation. This already exists for other child and adult situations. Thank you. Thank you very much for this conviction.
So we'll conclude this cycle of masterclass with two exceptional guests within the DG are helping to fight against cancer based on two pillars. This European plan announced last year for the which implementation is starting, and the mission on cancer to strengthen the fight against cancer. To better understand these schemes and their impact, I would like you to make a warm welcome to Joanna Drake and John Ryan, who are with us.
Joanna Drake,
Deputy Director General, DG Research and Innovation, the European Commission, John EFRAN, Deputy Director General at DG Health and Food Safety at the European Commission. You are here together to talk about these two strong pillars that are the mission on cancer and implementation of the Beating Cancer Plan. Joanna, I give you the floor first to introduce this mission. Then John will talk about the plan and we'll take a few questions.
It shall work. It does.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Drake. I'm very pleased to be here to say a few words on the cancer mission. In my dual capacity, if you like, as Deputy Director General of the Direction Générale of Research and Innovation, European Commission, but also as Mission Manager for Cancer. John is obviously my pillar from the health side of the Commission, so we'll work very well together. I would like to thank, first of all, the French presidency for this event, and also for the organizing this event, the National Cancer Institute for Cancer. It's an important date today, for three reasons. One, 22 years ago, the World Cancer Day was born at the World Summit Against Cancer for the New Millennium, and it was here in Paris. Today also marks the first anniversary of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which is a political commitment to turn the tide against cancer and the stepping stone towards a strong European health union. Definitely last but not least, French President Emmanuel Macron unveiled an ambitious 10-year cancer control strategy built together by the French National Cancer Institute, the French cancer community, and the French citizens. The European Commission has tried to match these efforts by making cancer one of its main priorities by presenting two major initiatives. First, the Europe Beating Cancer Plan in February of last year, and this is what John will be talking about. And secondly, by reinforcing that with a mission on cancer in September of last year. I would say that the concept of mission is quite a novelty in the European Commission. It's a novelty within the house where I come from, which is DG Research, because within the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Programme, it is the first time that we have thought about global strategic challenges and actually try to organize and cluster the funding mechanisms, the objectives to be reached, and the blending of priorities, strategic objectives, and funding under global labels, if you like, and one of them is cancer. So cancer, climate change, restoring our oceans and waters, climate neutrality and smart cities, and healthy soils. These are the 5 labels I've just talked about. The missions aim at achieving a goal that is measurable for citizens, and I think this is the accent. It could not have been achieved through individual actions. Of course, all member states individually, and I would say maybe even in certain clusters, doing a lot on all 5 of them, but we are saying we need to achieve more as a European entity. So what does the Mission on Cancer try to achieve? We have a very definite objective, and that is making the lives, improving the lives of 3 million people by 2030 through prevention, through care, through cure, and for those affected already by cancer, including the families, to live longer and better. But how can we achieve this ambitious goal? Well, we have to be hands-on, and this is why John Ryan is here to present the plan, the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. What will the Mission on Cancer strive to achieve? It will deliver on innovative concepts and solutions for implementing specific parts of the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. And this is why we are complementing each other's actions and objectives, and therefore we are going beyond research and innovation. The mission will generate knowledge and evidence for the implementation of new policy actions in the areas of cancer, understanding prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and quality of life. Equally, the Europe Beating Cancer Plan will inform the mission's research agenda towards more efficient policymaking. What are the specific objectives of the Mission on Cancer? First of all, understanding cancer better. And this, we believe, will enable the effective cancer prevention and screening programs, devices, diagnostic tests, as well as treatment and care solutions adapted to each patient. And this, for instance, would include the establishment by 2023 of the so-called uncan.eu platform, which will be a unique digital platform where researchers from Europe and beyond will share and have access to high-quality research data. Secondly, prevention. How? Through screening and early detection. We are saying that there should be enhanced and more effective prevention measures and programs in order to help exploit the potential of preventing 40% of cancers. This will allow starting adequate and more, in cases, less invasive treatments, increasing the chances of survival and improving the quality of life of people living with and after cancer. And a concrete example of this is the development by 2025 of a one-stop cancer information center on prevention. Thirdly, diagnostics and treatments of cancer, the development of optimized diagnostics and treatments of cancer coupled with the principle of equitable access, which will ensure that more patients have access to the latest, minimally invasive treatments adapted to their conditions and with minimal secondary effects. Finally, better quality of life for cancer patients, survivors, and their families. For instance, through the creation by 2023 of a European Cancer Patient Digital Center, which helps provide personalized care for patients and survivors. A few words on how to implement all this. We have the first Horizon Europe Work Programme 21-22, already published last year. It included already a set of actions that laid the ground for the implementation of the EU mission on cancer, in particular kicked off the preparation of the uncan.eu platform. We published the first amendment of this programme in December, last December, and there we had 3 research actions to support the mission on cancer with a budget of 125 million euros. The first action should allow a better understanding of the impact of risk factors and health determinants on the development and research and development and progression of cancer. Second one should help the development of new methods and technologies for cancer screening and early detection. And the third action concerns the development and validation of a set of quality of life and patient preference measures for cancer patients and survivors. The second amendment to the program, to the work program with additional topics, will follow very soon in spring of this year, a couple of months' time. Last point that I would like to emphasize, and that is the key role of member states in all this and the stakeholders. Of course, the goal is ambitious. We're saying 3 million people's lives by 2030 needs to be improved. But can we do it alone? Can we do it in isolation? I won't answer that, but I think we all know that doing it together will yield better results if we were well organized, well coordinated, and everybody is giving his share. So if we're all engaged, and by the we, I mean EU institutions, the member states, the regions, academia, citizens, patients, NGOs, industry, and charities, this goal is achievable. Many of the actions foreseen under the mission fall under the responsibility of member states, under the responsibility of regions, or even local actors. And therefore, achieving this goal will require their commitment and support in implementing actions on the ground. And this is what is key, I think. To ensure a continuous dialogue with and between member states, DG Santé, here represented by John, and DG RTD, represented by myself, have created a joint subgroup on cancer under what is called the Steering Group for Health Promotion and Disease Prevention. And what does this group consist of? It is made up of experts from research and also the health ministry. So the coordination, the nucleus of the coordination is already there. And under this group, there have already been developed 6 thematic groups, subgroups, to focus on the implementation of all the aspects that I have been mentioning under the mission and also under the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. And therefore, the engagement of all stakeholders is extremely important for the success of the mission. In fact, as part of the joint governance structure of the mission on cancer, our both Directorate General have established a dedicated stakeholder contact group under the EU Health Policy Platform. And this will be consulted and is being consulted in its entirety on a regular basis, but also on an ad hoc basis via its thematic subgroups to discuss specific aspects of Europe Beating Cancer and Mission on Cancer. In fact, the stakeholder event already took place in November last year, which gathered already more than 600 participants. And in fact, the broad diversity of participants and a high degree of interaction demonstrated not only the will from stakeholders to make the fight against cancer a common priority, but also the importance for all of us to engage in dialogue. And I see this masterclass, in fact, as an integral part of this dialogue and actually driving the message home that this needs to be more regular and more continuous. Okay, I think I'll conclude with a few words from the Paris Charter Against Cancer of the 4th of February, the year 2000, the millennium year, and I quote, "Let's aspire to nothing less than an invincible alliance between researchers, healthcare professionals, patients, government, industry and media to fight cancer and its greatest allies, which are fear, ignorance and complacency. Thank you.
It's your turn, John.
So thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you today. I wanted to explain in a few words about the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. The Europe Beating Cancer Plan is an unusual animal because it's not something which was written only from a health perspective, but we really reached out to all of the policy departments within the European Union to try and find out what would be the levers that we could pull that would help in the fight against cancer, particularly in the prevention side, but also in some other areas. And therefore, this cancer plan is unusual because when we have adopted other public health plans, they're very often restricted within the public health sphere, and then we wonder afterwards why they didn't have the effect we were hoping for. So I think this health in all policies approach is really one which I would emphasize for the cancer plan. It includes research, but it also includes things you might not suspect. For example, the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy. My colleagues at the moment are examining à la loupe all of the national reform plans for the Common Agricultural Policy, and you might say, well, what has that got to do with me? Well, it has a lot to do with you, in fact, from the prevention point of view, because, of course, better nutrition, producing better food, encouraging people to have more healthy diets. I mean, what is more central to cancer prevention than that topic? Luckily, when I was here the last time in Paris with Maurice Tubiana and with Albert Hirsch and other colleagues of that generation, we were still financing tobacco growing from the EU budget. We're not there anymore. We've managed to take out tobacco production from the EU budget, which was already a fight at that time, I can tell you. Now we have a different set of fights to carry out, I would say. So this is the first point I wanted to make. The cancer plan is really trying to look as wide as possible over the different factors which could influence cancer and which can help us over a number of years to change the situation. Second point I'd like to make is that there's a focus on prevention, bringing together the different angles which in EU policy could change prevention. We just heard about tobacco. There will be a revision of the legislation on tobacco at EU level. We're also discussing how to stop people crossing borders and importing large quantities of tobacco, which is not really for their own use, but maybe for resale, for example. So there are lots of things in the area of taxation where I think you can have an influence. Common agricultural policy I referred to, but also things like sunbeds. Sunbeds are a major risk. We know how dangerous they are, but yet we can't get our act together to actually do something. So this is one of the ambitions in the cancer plan, is also to reduce the risk factors caused by sunbeds. And maybe a fourth example I would give in a more positive mode is the importance of physical activity. Well, you've all been sitting here since 9 o'clock this morning, so I guess you're all looking forward to moving. But physical activity is also very important, of course, as a prevention factor. Bringing all of these things together, these prevention messages in the European Code Against Cancer, which EARC was central in developing and keeping up to date and making scientifically valid. I'm a vegetarian myself, but one of the messages in the cancer plan refers to the consumption of red meat. Very controversial, but science-based. So there are a number of issues there which are new and some which are old. The smoking message, for example, is old. We have to find new ways of combating tobacco for a new generation. Then the second focus area of the plan is in relation to screening. And there we have cancer screening recommendations which cover breast, cervical and colorectal cancer at the European Union level, and a whole series of activities for quality control, for assessment of cancer screening centres, and regular reporting and transparency, training courses, that sort of thing. We're now in the process with our colleagues in the research side of reviewing the evidence on cancer screening. Do we have a consensus for extending screening beyond those 3 cancer sites? Are there new techniques or technologies that we could use? Medical imaging, for example, how have we integrated that in our cancer screening recommendations? All of these are being looked at, and at the end of this year, the beginning of next year, we'll be publishing a new legal act to bring the member states together in a council recommendation on cancer screening. Let me say that when we negotiated the last council recommendations, the problem was not the scientific consensus. The problem was the cost. And I remember there were several member states who were actually quite scared about how much it was going to cost. So this shouldn't be completely forgotten. You might think that cancer screening is an entirely scientific discussion. In fact, there's a lot more to it than just science. Then we have the whole area of treatment and better treatment. Now, we know innovative medicines have a big role to play. We know the impact of European systems like health technology assessment, the reform of the pharmaceutical legislation, the clinical trials directive we've heard about earlier on. There are many European levers which we can try and move to encourage the development of new pharmaceuticals. We have the problem, though, of inequality of access. So it's not satisfactory that we're just producing new medicines, but we're not looking at how these medicines actually are delivered to people. Because even in something as basic as cancer screening, there are huge differences between the member states in the take-up of cancer screening. And it's exactly the same with innovative medicines. The access to medicines is really a problem across the EU. So how can we use the cancer plan to encourage the development of innovative medicines, but also the access to medicines, I would say? And the last part of the plan, which is, I think, interesting and innovative, refers to quality of life. And I was looking at some of the paragraphs in your statement, which has been built up in parallel in the working groups. And one thing that really struck me was the issue of return to work, because, you know, this is a medical sort of meeting, I guess. But the issue of return to work and the right to work is really important, I think, for somebody's health. You know, if they have cancer, they're successfully cured, but they don't have a job to go to, well, then they still have a problem. So I think it's part of the plan, and this was the idea we had in the European Commission, to see what levers we could pull within our legislation and our employment policy in order to make sure that cancer patients and their families and their carers would have their employment rights protected. And this is something we're trying to do. Second example, also mentioned in your statement, is the issue of the right to be forgotten. Very important for things like access to finance. If you have a cancer, you go to your doctor, you're cured, but you don't have a job and you don't have the possibility to get a bank loan. You can't buy a house, you can't buy a car. Well, you're not in a very good situation. So is there something we can do at the European Union level on this right to be forgotten, on financial rights? So we've tried really to cast the net very far with the cancer plan and try and pick up these topics which refer not only to the medical aspects of cancer, but also the quality of life of cancer patients. And I'm sure I could talk a lot more about it because there's a lot of detail, but maybe I just mention a point which Joanna mentioned, which is the governance. Now you might say, well, we don't care about the governance, but in fact you should, because the governance is it's not the Commission is managing this, it's you in the member states are managing it in a group of your ministries, not only the health ministries, but the research ministries sitting together. And let me tell you that when we started this a few years ago, 2 years ago, the people didn't know each other. people from the research ministries and the health ministries were introducing themselves. Maybe not in France, because you have a fairly sophisticated system in France, but I can tell you it was the case for a number of member states. And that was really a surprise. We thought that everybody knew everybody, but in fact it wasn't the case. So I think having different ministries and different departments working on the cancer plan is one aspect. Internally in the Commission, we have our own group where all the policy departments, taxation, agriculture, health and safety at work, carcinogenic substances in the workplace, radionuclear medicine, all of these people are sitting together to discuss the cancer plan. So it's not something in the past, it's something in the future. We're working together to try and make sure that everything happens on time. And lastly, Joanna mentioned as well the stakeholder groups. So we've really thrown the door open to the involvement of stakeholder groups. So patients, health professionals, oncologists, researchers can sit down together across Europe and discuss what they would like to see implementing the cancer plan. So those were the points I wanted to make now. I don't want to go into too much detail, but to give some time for discussion maybe. But really, I think it is a major initiative. It's the first flagship initiative in health, which we've seen in a number of years. And I hope that all of the initiatives we're planning for legislation will also feed into this, the pharmaceutical strategy, digital health, all of the other policy developments that we expect in the coming years will support the cancer plan. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. In the remaining time, I will leave much of the time to the audience for questions to you. Yet, I just would like to subline one point, is the fact, as I said, that there are the two of you in here on the stage. And it's something important because as much as I could hear from researchers, there's always some difficulty with the Europe, that the fact that sometimes part of the program address health, and there's someone, and part of the program address research, and then the story change, actually. And it might sound to be a bit confusing sometimes and limitative also for them, for promoting actions, for promoting model of cares, for promoting new integrated research. The fact that you are on scene is great. How is it going to be in live, on the ground, in the comprehensive center, you two, research and health working together? What's going to be different with this new dynamic of the plan and the mission together? How will you benefit one from the other?
Yeah, so that's why I was emphasizing that at the very beginning. I think it's really unusual. We have a policy process which has been agreed by the Commission, discussed with the Member States and with stakeholders. And what we're trying to do is to link the research agenda very closely with the policy agenda. So I think this is one of the big advantages of this process, that whatever is financed by the Cancer Mission will have a relationship with the broader policy objectives. And I think that's an advantage of making sure that the research program has maximum value in the shortest possible time, because the mission is a short-term 5-year operation and is expected to have a short-term link between research and citizens. And I can't think personally of a more close link with citizens than their health. And therefore, I think mobilizing the cancer mission, mobilizing the research program, linking it to a public policy document and policy process will have great appeal for citizens, because they'll see that there will be change. Yep.
Joanna.
If I may just add something. Of course, this is a very real issue on the ground. As you said, it can be very confusing. What John just said is very soothing to that, in the sense that this was not conceived as something separate, which was then put together artificially. From conception, it was built up together, and that's very soothing. But, and the big but is, how is it going to be implemented on the ground? And I think this is what all of us, whether we are stakeholders, whether we are patients, whether we are interest groups, whether we are the national authorities, whether we are just citizens who wants to see the added value of this cancer mission and the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. What's in it for me? In the end, it's going to depend on how it's implemented. So there are already good examples being provided by member states, some member states. And I'm not suggesting in any way that it is the best practice or the best example, but they have found it to be already useful to have alongside the national contact points, the so-called national contact points where and advisory services to citizens and to the interested stakeholders. But there are 3 or 4 member states, and I mentioned Belgium, Spain, Austria, I think also Romania, using European funds to actually conceive and actually implement a body of advisory services alongside the national contact point to actually serve the objectives, the common objectives of the cancer mission. Now, of course, this is encouraging. It's called, they're called mirror centers. Even the Slovenian presidency mentioned it last December in their conclusions that even the Commission should explore possibilities of having this sort of advisory center to actually, advisory service to actually help the member states towards this. And we are thinking about ways of putting that into action, hopefully very soon as well. But what I mean to say is that in the end, at the end of the day, given that governance, the instruments, and also the disbursement of funds is very much done at the national, regional, if not local level, at the end of the day, the cancer patient, the stakeholders want to see it happening close by and within reach. So I think it's going to be very much depending on each member state, what it works for them to actually make it happen on the ground. But the most important thing is to understand the concept and where we're coming from in terms of complementarity of actions, governance and funding instruments to actually make it happen in the end and deliver it for those who are asking for help.
We have just a few minutes left on the timing, and we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience to John and Joanna. If you have, you can raise your hand, like it's the same rule that from the beginning of the day, and we'll take questions for Joanna and John. If not, I have some on the internet. One is excited to see this European Cancer Patient Digital Center. Do we know what it will look like, this digital center? Do we have some vision of what will be this digital patient center?
Yeah, I think there was some remarks earlier on about, do we need another app? But I think that's very much looking at it perhaps from the point of view of countries which have a developed system. I think the advantage of having a European approach is that you can take the types of patient information or patient data systems which exist in more developed health systems and to spread that more widely. So I think this is one of the objectives we want to reach, is to have a more uniform information system for patients especially across Europe using the different resources which we have. Perhaps a good example would be what the French authorities developed in the area of rare diseases, where they really made an effort to transfer information on rare diseases from one member state to another using a common database and a common approach.
It's going to be a data center also to get data from patients, this digital center, and for the data to be used for research or so, I'll guess?
Absolutely. I think at this moment in time, we do not really have a profile that is well defined, if you like, of the cancer data to member state level or to regional level. There are a lot of issues, of course, behind that in terms of personal data and all this, which need to be sorted out. But in the end, for research purposes, and in order to give the edge of what the European added value could be, if you join up these profiles together in order to get a better, more sort of a better focus picture, I think in the end it will help also to inform not only researchers about what they could research about, but at the end of the day, policymakers at European level to see what could be done at European level and what could be better addressed at national level.
If you want more of John and Joanna, you'll have to be with us tomorrow afternoon because you'll be joining the two roundtables, and we'll be focusing more likely on the different big disposals of the plan and of the mission and see what might be put with this comprehensive center, with the survivor smart card we spoke about and so on. This is going to be tomorrow because the clock told me that the day is ending for today, and I think we can really applaud John and Joanna for their vision. And their joint presence here today, and so it's a I don't know how to say it. It's a pitch for tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. It's a teasing for tomorrow. Come back for tomorrow. We'll have you back on the round table. Thanks a lot to you all. Merci beaucoup à vous tous de nous avoir suivis.
Thank you to all of you for following us, for also here and live on the internet. We will reconvene tomorrow morning with the restitution of workshops and statements, which John has alluded to. You'll see that in detail tomorrow. Thank you to each and every one of you.